Joey isn't here yet, but he said he's like 4 minutes away.
So which one do you want to do? Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, September 30th, 2025, and I call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading this with the invocation today would be Rabbi Yvonne Yakar.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
To bury the lead and share that I brought with me a shofar, an ancient instrument that is central to this time of year amongst the Jewish people. Bearing the lead, because now you have to wait for what it does. I want to thank you all, our El Dorado County Board of Supervisors and your supporting staff, for hosting this meeting here in South Lake Tahoe and for your service to our county. Last Monday evening through Wednesday, the Jewish world marked Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. From that moment through this coming Wednesday night and Thursday, which is Yom Kippur, are called the Yamim Noraim, the days of awe. It is during this time in which we reflect on our past year and set intentions for the coming year. It is a time during which the Jewish world embraces, perhaps reluctantly, the reality that life is finite and that so much remains beyond our control. Yet what is within our control is where our energies, both in reality and spiritually, must be committed. Civically, we are responsible for the values espoused. We must continue to guarantee our county, its cities and towns, its schools, and all the agencies bearing the great seal of El Dorado County are welcoming and embracing of all of our citizens. We must ensure the management of our county resources is stewarded wisely and not only reflects on the past, but also imagines the impact for generations ahead of us. Of the many traditions surrounding this season, one is described as cheshbon hanefesh, an accounting of the soul. What is fascinating in this term is the intertwining of the very real and tangible world, the accounting, with the spiritual realm, the soul. In this practice of accounting of our souls, we recognize the connection between our inner world, our thoughts, values, and intentions, and our outer world of behaviors, actions, and decisions, and how they are woven into one thread. The work of this board and all of our public officials must always engage strengthening this thread of connection. As residents of this county, we must also ensure the same. This shofar is meant to awaken us, to stir us to action, to the behaviors we demand of ourselves and others. Makor HaChayim, O source of life, grant this board and all those who serve our county the strength to reflect on the past and set the proper course for our shared future. And we can say together, Amen.
Amen. Please join me with a pledge, please. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors. And thank you for joining us here today in beautiful South Lake Tahoe, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. I'm going to reach now to the board. What is the will regarding the agenda?
No changes?
No changes.
No changes.
No changes.
And I have no changes. CAO? No changes. So do I get a motion?
Move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right, now we'll move to the consent calendar. Board members?
No changes?
No changes.
No changes.
No changes.
And I have no changes. Sue?
No, sir.
No? Okay,
Move.
all right. No, wait a minute. We got to open it up to public comment.
Mike, ready to roll.
We are now taking public comments specifically on the consent calendar. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Yeah, at this time, we reserved any comments on the consent calendar. As a reminder, the board will take open forum comments at 1 p.m. today. Forum is in comment on any item that is not on the agenda. Come on up.
Good morning, Honorable Board. Shannon Starr, Operating Engineers, Local 3. I just wanted to address a comment made about the budget at the last meeting. Supervisor Bierkamp, you mentioned that compaction is an issue, and that's what the 504 issue is about.
Yeah,
However,
this isn't a consent.
It's not a consent.
the budget's a consent
This is
item.
not open forum.
The budget's a consent item?
Which item are you referring?
The budget? Is the budget not a consent item?
There's, the budget resolution is on the consent calendar.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, and it was the budget that the comment was made.
Thank you for that. And usually we ask if people let us know which one it is, just to be clear. So thank you.
Okay, the budget. So, thank you. So, my comment is about the fact that you said that the financial part of the 504 is a compaction issue. And I fully support anti-compaction. However, because of the way this board has structured that adding of those high elected officials and not peace officers, the district attorney makes 30% more than the chief DA below him, and the sheriff makes more than 20% more than the undersheriff. Those aren't compaction issues. Every time a deputy gets a raise, somebody with a high-paying amount of money gets a higher raise than they do, and the disparity in their pay grows greater and greater. And you guys need to take a look at how you're spending these automatic funds when they could be spent on employees that you're not giving raises to. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up on the consent calendar. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to speak on item 7. This is procurements and contracts action to purchase and install camera security systems at 9 county locations, those being the Cameron Park Library, Pollock Pines Library, South Lake Tahoe Library, Health and Human Services Agency at 130 Placerville Drive, Agricultural Department, and Treasurer Tax Collector. That is by one company, and another company doing the Georgetown Airport, Placerville Airport, and Child Support Services. I was trying to understand what the intent of these cameras is. It to record action and activities of a general nature? Is it to record actions that may be of a negative action that might be occurring in order to have some kind of video of it? I'm one who believes in security, but at the same time, I'm not certain of what the intent is on this item number 7. Thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from London Litza. Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, I just had a question about, it looks, I can see on the paperwork for the agenda that there was $136 in fines collected for violations for the VHR. I'm just wondering if there's documentation on where those fines go, like where they're allocated and what they're spent on.
It's not on consent. This is not an item that's, if you want to discuss that, it'd be on open forum. On the next item, which would be VHR, right? Okay.
So open forum, correct me if
No,
I'm
no,
wrong.
you
is
can,
1
the
p.m.?
next item at 9 o'clock, we'll be discussing the VHR.
Okay, so wait until the
9 a.m.,
VHR.
yeah,
Okay,
next one.
all right, thank you.
Now taking public comment from J.M. Brand.
Hi, yep, Jason Brand. I'd like to airport user here at Placerville in El Dorado County. I would like to make a comment about the procurement for contracts for the security cameras at the airports. I see that it's an amount that's quite high in the multiple thousands of dollars. None of that infrastructure has been discussed with the airport users, and I know that the ad hoc committee has been asked to make a meeting where we can discuss plans for the airport, so that the ad hoc committee can be fair and transparent in any plans and actions that they're planning to take place at the airport, so that users can provide input, which is pursuant of the FAA guidelines. And realistically, there is other infrastructure, including gates at Georgetown, that need to be repaired. We've been asking for those repairs to be made for multiple years. And it's a little frustrating when security measures of multiple thousands of dollars are certainly being considered. And yet we seem to be ignoring other hard infrastructure that's at the airport for security measures as well. And we also continue to have fuel infrastructure problems or maintenance that needs to be made at these airports. And it's a little discouraging, again, to see things like this being spent on, and when we're completely unaware of what the other plans are in which to keep the infrastructure safe at the airports. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. I won't be able to join you this morning. Ken Greenwood, or 390, or Triple Junction. Item 7 is curious. Over $250,000, 300,000 almost. Actually, yes, it's easily. Looks like $315,000. What are these for? General security, as Mr. Payne brought up, or what? Not sure. Or, to spy on the rallies there? I don't know. But anyway, it's not real clear as to what the ultimate goal is. And as the person regarding the airport mentioned, you're spending $300,000 on these, and you're not fixing the gate. I don't know. Seems like a mistaken priorities, if you will. And other than that, looks like the usual stuff. Have a great day. Talk to you at 9 and at 1.
Thank you, Ken.
There is no more public comment.
All right. Sue, could you talk a little bit on item 7, please?
Sure. These are for, as the agenda states, crime deterrent, so these are to be in public areas for security reasons. The funding specifically for the airports, they are looking to see if they have savings that they can use for that. If they don't, if they can't identify the savings, then the project may not occur this year. Or we may look at using the security allocation that we have in Department 15 for countywide security purposes.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right, so bring it back to board. Any comments?
No, I'll move it.
Okay. Get a second?
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so let's go ahead and move to our 9 o'clock time allocation. Item 23, Planning and Building VHR update.
Item 23 comes from Planning and Building Department, Tahoe Planning and Building Division, recommending the board receive and file a presentation on the vacation home rental program with a focus on code enforcement and provide direction if necessary.
Good morning, Chair Turnbull, honorable board members, Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. And with me today are both VHR code enforcement staff and those that oversee in code enforcement our VHR issues and also our ranch marketing issues as well. So the item that we're here for today is intended to provide an update on the county's vacation home rental program with an emphasis on the enforcement. As you recall, when we updated that ordinance, there was definitely a focus on enforcement, and we thank the board for supporting those efforts in staffing. So almost a year ago, the board approved the updates to the VHR ordinance and directed program adjustments. So this is intended to be a status update, providing data not only for the past year, but previous years prior to the update. We acknowledge as staff that there have been some new challenges as a result of the updates, particularly on the West Slope. And in response to those, staff has worked with county council and landowners on potential paths forward to permit legal VHRs and as well as hosted home rentals. However, the program changes and the increased enforcement have largely been successful, and the numbers in the testimony that we'll share here today will bear that out. Staff does also acknowledge that there may be some further refinements that are needed to the VHR ordinance. And that is, at board's direction, we can look into those. So some of the feedback that we've heard and received is things like considering eliminating the 500-foot buffer on the west slope for larger parcels, or perhaps specifically agriculturally zoned parcels. Eliminating the 500-foot buffer for hosted home rentals on the west slope, considering allowing detached guest houses to be used as hosted rentals on the west slope, and exploring if there are any situations when accessory dwelling units can be used as VHRs. So all of these issues, we again acknowledge those are out there, but each one has some complexities that we really need to dive into and make sure before we present it to the board that you're getting the full picture of any implications. We always talk about unintended consequences. If you are too hasty in changing ordinance, sometimes there's unintended consequences. So we try to make sure we don't do that. But as an example, the county ADU ordinance language, what county used to call secondary dwelling units, that has been written to dissuade ADUs from being used as short-term rentals since at least 1983, and has actually been explicit about using them to help with affordable housing goals. So we need to explore that and take that into consideration if we are to make any changes there. Again, this doesn't mean we can't explore these and look for ways to balance these two interests, but staff recommends taking the time necessary to thoroughly explore those options and consider how they may affect other county goals. In addition, there are other efforts, such as expanding the county's agricultural lodging ordinance, that may influence changes to the VHR ordinance. In all cases, public input is very important, so we want to make sure and have robust outreach on any changes that are being considered. Again, today's presentation Today's presentation is intended to provide a program update and data behind the work that is being done by our fantastic VHR and code enforcement teams. However, if there are other topics that the board wants us to explore, we welcome that input. And then we can talk about the best way to do that, perhaps an ad hoc committee to work with staff in further exploring those. And then we can also talk about priority against some of our other work that we're doing. So with that, unless there's any questions of me, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Deputy Director Brendan Ferry.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, Karen. No questions for Karen, so I'll continue on. Is that okay?
Yeah, just one question I'm going to ask
thanks.
before we get started. How much TOT revenue did we lose last year?
I will actually address that directly in one of my slides.
Okay, good.
Is that okay
Yeah,
if we
that's
wait
fine.
until then?
All right.
You'll see that, I think, on slide
it.
6 or so. Thank you for that question. So good morning, members of the board. Chair Turnbull, I'm Brendan Ferry. Like Karen said, it's great to see you all in Tahoe again. Thank you for making the trek up the hill on this beautiful fall day. I have the pleasure of co-presenting today with my colleague, who I respect very highly, Mr. Kevin Bailey. Would you like to introduce yourself quickly, Kevin?
Good morning, Board. Kevin Bailey, Code Enforcement Supervisor for Tahoe. Pleasure to be here today.
Thank you, Kevin. So like Karen said, this is a program update on the county's vacation home rental program. If you recall, I was here last year in October when the board did recommend making amendments to the county's vacation home rental ordinance. That went into effect right around Thanksgiving time of 2024. So here we are about 10 months later after ordinance amendments. And I really see today as a mini celebration, to be honest. You know, I'm proud of the work we've done. I'm proud of the work that my staff has done. We did receive very clear direction from the board and from the VHR Advisory Committee over the last 2 years of engagement that we weren't doing good enough on enforcement, that we had a pretty strong ordinance, but we weren't enforcing it. And that was causing negative effects on our communities and on our locals. And so we took that to heart. The board provided us with resources in the form of additional staff, additional direction, code enforcement strategic plan that the board adopted in 2023. And one reason I do see this as a success is because I think this is my understanding, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. From my understanding, the calls that the board receives are no longer calls from citizens complaining that they're being impacted by a VHR next door to them or across the street, or they know someone who's being impacted. But instead, rather, the board's now getting calls from operators who maybe or were operating a VHR that was illegal or wasn't permitted properly. So it's been a shift. And I understand that that's frustrating for our residents who may have gotten caught up in rule changes. That's certainly never our intent. And our intent is to work with those people and provide them with a path forward if we can. And that's always the direction to my staff. Have we gotten it perfect? No, but when really is life perfect? It just isn't. So we're going to continue to do our best to engage with them. But I do believe we are on the right path for our county and for the safety of our citizens by focusing and really enforcing our rules. I think that's incumbent upon us. So could I have you go to the next slide, Kira? So here's just quickly our presentation overview. I'm going to give you a quick program status, give you the lay of the land, talk about the ordinance amendments that the board adopted, just again, real high level stuff. And then I'm going to turn it over to Kevin. He's going to focus on enforcement, talk a little bit about the VHR Advisory Committee, et cetera. So next slide. So this is not an exhaustive list, but just to set the tone for the board and for the folks in the room, here are some highlights of what's currently in our ordinance. So this is focused on short-term rentals, less than 30 days. Operators do need 3 things in order to be legal: a VHR permit, a business license, and a TOT certificate. And those need to be renewed annually. We do have a countywide clustering policy, and that's a 500-foot buffer around legally existing VHRs. On top of that, there is a cap in the Tahoe Basin of 900 VHRs. We do set occupancy limits at 2 individuals per bedroom. and children 5 and under don't count towards that. We require a local contact person. We do require that guests are identified regarding our standards for solid waste, that's trash, noise, parking, occupancy, etc. So this is a communication issue like all things in life. The owners and operators need to communicate to their guests how to behave, how to operate their VHR, how to have a good time in Tahoe, take care of the bears, etc. We did create a new enforcement process, and I think this is absolutely critically important. Kevin's going to talk about this, but we're always seeking compliance. We're not seeking penalties, and we did introduce a time to cure process. Kevin's going to talk about that. We do set forth monetary penalties for violations, and one key change the board made to prevent people from just obtaining VHR permits and holding on to them to prevent their neighbors from obtaining them is that operators do need to rent for a 10-night minimum every year in order to be renewed, and my staff double checks that. So next slide, Kim, or Kira, sorry, stick with the Ks. So here are current VHR data. So this is currently what we have as of, well, my staff reports due about a month early. So about a month ago, these were the data. So in Tahoe, we have 762 active permits. On the West Slope, 172. You can see the Tahoe data has actually been slowly declining due to the 500-foot clustering policy. However, on the West Slope, permit activity continues to ratchet up. For our hosted home rentals, the board did bring hosted home rentals into the program. I'll talk a little bit about a little more about that on the next slide. Last year, in Tahoe, we have 17. West Slope, we have 11. And we do maintain a wait list for properties who are within a 500-foot buffer and wish to obtain a VHR permit. And in Tahoe, we currently have 203. On the West Slope, we have 13. So that's where we stand today. And I'll have you go to the next slide, Kira. So I do want to summarize, just to remind the board, I know we have 2 board members who were not on the board last year when we went through this process. We did a significant engagement with the VHR Advisory Committee convened by Supervisor Lane, and then at least 4 touch points with the board throughout last year where we talked about all kinds of things, including ranch marketing, etc. And these are some of the highlights of where the board landed. So we do require compliance with the county's vegetation management ordinance. That was a key change where operators do need to obtain a fire inspection, but we're not now just focused on the inside of the home, but rather focused on the outside of the home as well. As I mentioned previously, we do require a permit now for a hosted home rental. That previously was only done through a business license, which was obtained through the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. They do not have quite as thorough of a land use check as we do on the planning and building side of things. So that program has gotten more robust. We did receive direction from the board to create a dedicated VHR enforcement unit, and Kevin Bailey is the supervisor of that unit. He's going to talk more about that. We did develop a new complaint tracking and response system. He's going to talk about that. We are really focused on illegal rentals. That was clear direction from the board, and you'll see some data on that. We really strengthened our compliance standards on noise, occupancy, signage, where we now provide a county-made and issued sign to VHRs so that all signs out on bear boxes or in windows or on signs now all look professional, they look the same, they're easily identifiable. We strengthened parking standards, etc. And the board did recommend that we increase our fine amounts for violations of our ordinance. Okay, next slide. Here you go, Supervisor Turnbull. Let's talk a little bit about TOT. And I have to put my glasses on to see this one because I'm getting older, unfortunately. So here is TOT data. This is transient occupancy tax data that the county collects from the year 2018 through the year 2025. I got this from the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, and the CAO's office verified these numbers. I know there's quite a lot on this slide, but I'll just direct your attention to the column on the far right-hand side. Those are the totals. I just want to note, I removed the additional 4% that voters approved for TOT dedicated to roads and snow removal activities in the Tahoe Basin. That went into effect January 1st, 2023. So these numbers from 2023 on in Tahoe are actually 4% higher generating roughly $2 million a year. However, those dollars are focused solely on roads and snow removal activities in Tahoe. And maybe Mr. Moody will talk more about that later, but that's a great thing for the basin. So I'll just highlight, we did peak in TOT in the fiscal year 22-23 around $9 million. Again, this is the discretionary TOT. You can see, I guess I'll call your attention to where I drew the box there. So the board made amendments to the ordinance, like I said, last year. So we have a year of data here to show kind of where our TOT is at after the ordinance amendments. And it's down $248,000. So that's about 3%. TOT is down about 3%. And my hypothesis on that is it's probably due to us enforcing on illegal rentals. As you may know, and we've heard from Karen Coleman, our treasurer tax collector in the past, that we do collect TOT on illegal rentals. It sounds odd, but a lot of that is done through the Airbnb platform, and a host can post a rental on there. Airbnb looks at the county where that's operated in, and their formulas go into effect. They collect the TOT on behalf of the rental, and they do issue a check to the county every year. There's not data attached to that check, as I understand it. It's one big number on a check that they obtain from operators in our county. Most of those are legal VHRs, and some of those are illegal VHRs. And my understanding is that's the way that's always happened. It's not perfect. I definitely understand that, but that is the way it occurs. So that's my hypothesis on why that number is down. But there's the data for you.
I was just curious because when we had this budget ad hoc committee, because we're looking at different revenues to be able to bring to the county, and when I was interviewing, the tax collector and stuff, that we lost $1 million in TOT funding, and here it's only showing 300,000. So I'm just wondering, is this data correct? Is you're saying correct?
This data is correct as far as I know, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
This was obtained from the source, and the CA, like I said, it goes through the CAO's office, terraced out, double-checked all these numbers.
Yeah. All right.
Brendan, is this TOT just from VHRs, or is this hotels and everything?
This is everything.
This is everything.
This is everything.
And then the illegal TOT or VHRs. So you're saying when that happens, the homes are getting rented through like VRBO. They're not permitted, but VRBO passes the taxes to the county.
Correct.
That's how that works?
Correct.
Okay. Interesting.
It is interesting.
Okay.
And who knows if that process will continue to tighten. In other words, if we can work more closely with Airbnb to only allow postings from legal rentals down the road. I don't know if that's an option, but perhaps it is. A lot of it depends on their tool and their platform. We do engage in conversations with them. Actually, I understand they reached out to our code enforcement team just this week wanting to discuss how they can help us with some of these chronic illegal rentals. So who knows?
Brandon, if I may, it would seem it's on.
Now it is.
Now it is.
It would.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It would seem to me, though, if this item is on VHRs, why are we lumping everything into TOT? Why wouldn't we break out VHR revenues and see where they're at compared to the change?
That's a good question. I did not think about that, but perhaps that was my mistake, and I could have. I suppose, Sue, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. Can they do that? I'm not sure. I don't know about the resolution of our data.
That really would be a question for the treasurer tax collector. Although, just as a side note, since we are focusing on the code enforcement activities kind of in the basin and the changes there, the majority of our TOT in the basin does come from VHRs.
I understand, but basically what we're doing is lumping in hotels because maybe they're up. Until you break that out, you're not going to have a good number on what is going on. This is not accurate information.
No, it's accurate. He's just asking
It's
for more
Right.
specificity, but it's accurate.
It's not accurate for VHRs.
Yeah.
Right. But, if you just look at the basin numbers, we don't have hotels here in the basin, in the unincorporated part of the county, okay? And when it comes to Airbnb, the problem with those numbers is they just send us one check. They don't tell us any addresses from where that money comes from. So we can't even tell, you know, if they're VHRs or if they're hosted, really. So this data is as accurate as we can get without busting out.
Right. I'm not
Deeper.
questioning the Tahoe section at all. I think Tahoe's in good shape. Well, we had this issue years ago, and we put things into place, and now it's gotten to that point. I'm questioning the west slope, because that's where the loss is, and that's where the loss of people's ability to generate that revenue. So anyway, that's where I'm coming from.
Clear.
Tahoe's looking fine.
You can actually, if you look at the third column over the middle column, the West Slope TOT is actually up between the last 2 fiscal years. Just a,
Because hotels are going in, so.
could be.
Until I see that broken out,
I will
don't know.
obtain, I will ask that question, absolutely, and I will share that with the board if I can obtain it.
thank you, Brendan.
But perhaps that was my oversight, I apologize.
And the
Well,
reason why,
and if we're gonna get granular and start trying to figure out what's really going on, then we also need to look at tourism as a whole. Because I've been told that tourism was down this year because of the uncertainty in the economy. So, you know, we can really pick apart this data and get wound up in it. I just want to be careful how we're looking at the data too. Because you can't just say one is exactly correlated to the other.
I don't think I'm saying that. I just want to see the
Right.
number so we know that.
Right.
Yeah.
But we just
Then
gotta be
can-
careful.
Then obviously we can take the tourism numbers and see
Yeah.
how they correlate.
I hear you, but I also hear that, you know, I was contacted by a tourism industry that just said their numbers were down 25% tourism this year. So, you know, we just got to be mindful of looking at the whole package, that's all.
no, and my concern is when I was told something different than what the data is showing me right here, so.
Well, what month was that? I mean, when was that?
It was when Brian and I were on the Budget Ad Hoc Committee.
So that
which is
might have
a
been
couple months
before,
ago, yeah.
because
Well
these
before
these
the
are the
fiscal
final
year.
numbers when the books closed, so
Yep.
that could have been the projection at the time, perhaps.
But I'd like to see the numbers anyway.
Yeah.
so.
I'll just note that I know we did have a budget presentation where we talked about TOT declining by almost $1 million, and that was, we were comparing to 22-23, because that was earlier in the year before 24-25 had closed. So if you look 2 years ago, it's getting close to about $1 million decline. So I think that's probably where that number came from.
Yeah. All right.
Makes sense. Okay, good. Thanks for the discussion. So next slide, Kira. Now I'm going to shift us over to Mr. Bailey and really talk about code enforcement. Again, if I had to boil it down to one word over the last 2 years of what we continued to hear, it was do better on enforcement. That's all we continued to hear. And if you look at any of the board items that I reflected in the staff report, you will continue to see that. So I'm going to turn this over to Kevin. He's going to talk about that.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Board. Again, Kevin Bailey, Code Enforcement Supervisor for Tahoe. Kira, we can go to the next slide. The advisory committee made recommendations on 4 specific points involving code enforcement. Those was invest in a dedicated VHR enforcement unit, develop a central complaint tracking and response system, enhance illegal rental enforcement, and modify local contact requirements. I'm going to kind of speak to each one of those as we feel that we have far exceeded what the expectations were. So we can go to the next slide, please. I'll start with the invest in a dedicated enforcement unit. Currently, there are 3 full-time officer positions allotted for VHR-specific enforcement. 2 of those officer positions are in Tahoe. 1 is in Placerville, and that officer also handles ranch marketing as well as VHRs. And of course, there is a supervisor assigned also to the unit. The staff locations, as I mentioned, 2 in Tahoe, 1 in Placerville. Unfortunately, right now, we are short 1 person. We are in the process of interviewing and hopefully going to get that position filled quickly. Winter months, Officers are on from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Different shifts, of course. That's your day shift and your swing shift. In summer months, we really kind of beef up those hours to go later in the night to 1 or 2 in the morning, specifically on Fridays and Saturdays. Officers are very, very good at being flexible with their schedules. And when officers are on vacation or they are in training, other officers will step up to help cover those areas. There's been many of times that I've answered calls from my dining room table. So I really appreciate the flexibility of the officers that we have as it relates to being available to the community. Next slide, please. Second, develop a central complaint tracking and response system. We're extremely proud of our VHR hotline that we've implemented. I apologize. The second is to develop a central complaint tracking and response system. We are very, very proud of our VHR hotline and the VHR enforcement email that we have created. This is at no cost to the county. In the past, we used a third-party agency that would take calls from the community, and then they would pass it on to usually the sheriff's office to respond to. That doesn't occur anymore. We get the calls on the VHR hotline or in the emails, and then we respond back to that person. This is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And every call or every email that comes into that VHR hotline or the email is addressed. From June 25th of 2024, when the email and the VHR hotline went into effect, to August 15, 2025, and that date of August 15th comes up because that's when we needed to get the information to get it to the board. So that number's changed. It's gone up already. So at that time of tracking that, 988 calls had come into the hotline, and we had received 331 emails. Our average response times, this is something that we're, again, proud of. The board spoke last year about a real-time response to VHR calls. I believe we've met that. Our complaint received by code enforcement to the time that it takes us to respond back to the reporting party is, I just checked, it's now 5 minutes. So that's a little off. Our complaint received by code enforcement to calling the local contact is 11 minutes. And our response time to the property is about 35 minutes. Now, come winter, that's going to change, especially if we have to travel over to Tahoma. Can we do better? We probably can, but we'll continue to work on that. Next slide, please. These are our stats. And again, I apologize, but these numbers they're outdated now. Everything, the 2024 stats are current, and that is all of 2024. These stats, 2025 stats, was from January to August 15th. So you can see the difference in the enforcement, especially in the area of unpermitted violations. At this present moment, we are over 300 in unpermitted violations. So, again, those numbers have changed, being that we stopped at the 15th of August. We had all of the rest of August and all of September, which is not documented there. But I could definitely get those numbers if need be. Next slide, please. This is the fine data. And again, as Chief Deputy Director Ferry stated, our goal is not to fine individuals. That is not what we are out to do. We are asking for voluntary compliance. When we post a warning letter, we are hoping for communication. We want that to spark communication between that property owner and code enforcement. So this is informational. That's why we put it in there. And again, those numbers go until mid-August. Our VHR admin hearings, that number has also changed. That now sits at 5. And every one of those hearings that's been conducted, the findings or the violation was affirmed by the hearing officer. Next. This is just a bar graph of that information, kind of show a comparison again. So again, I just want to really stress, our goal is not that of fining. Our goal is to, and hoping for, voluntary compliance. Next slide, please. This is the dashboard. Last year, the community asked about transparency. This is the dashboard that unfortunately, I have not been able to get that up and running and on the website right now. But this will be a quarterly report that will be posted on the code enforcement website. It will show a comparison of each quarter of the year, and then I will do a yearly comparison as well. But unfortunately, that's not up and running. I've actually went through it and tried to put some numbers in preparation of this meeting, and I see that I need to adjust that a little bit better and get better data points in that form. But that will be, in effect, that will be for the community to be able to see, to be able to track all of what we're doing, the numbers, and offer that transparency to the community. Next slide, please. Modifying local contact requirements. The nice little sign to the right there, that is the sign that's probably popping up all over the county. Those are the signs that are required on the bear bins once renewals take place. As you can see on there, it just indicates the vacation home hotline number, the permit number, and occupancy. For the community, I will say, just memorize the phone number. Don't worry about the permit number. As long as we have the phone number and the address of the property, we can take care of what we need to take care of. The old process, as I indicated before, was to call the local contact or property management company, and then they would either reach out to the sheriff's office or hopefully they would call the local contacts. That doesn't happen anymore. We are asking that the community contact us. Unless it's an emergency, then please dial 911 first. But for everything VHR related, we ask that you call the hotline or email, and you will get a response from us. Not only back to you, but you will get a response. We will respond to the actual property. We are looking at continuing our community outreach. This year was the first year we did the Myers Mountain Market. Other than our little tent being the smallest one there, I believe we had a great time. There we were able to speak to a lot of people and hopefully pass out a lot of good information, not only as it relates to VHRs, but also to traditional code. If people should have questions about that, we were there for that. We've also developed a good relationship, even stronger relationship, I should say, with our VHR administration staff who is down in Placerville, who does a wonderful job on doing renewals and actual permitting, but yet the two intertwine together. So we want to make sure they know what we're doing, we know what they're doing, and everything is working smoothly. We get out into communities. Our vehicles are now marked with code enforcement with the VHR hotline number on the back. We are able to work out of our vehicles just as though we were sitting at our desks. Our IT people have done a wonderful job in, getting those vehicles up and running with communications and all of that stuff. So it's really good to be able to actually work out of our cars in the community. We also have pamphlets that we pass out to individuals. We want everyone to know if they just have questions about VHRs, but more so what they can expect if they call the hotline number. Oh, and I want to just kind of say briefly on that as well. Our relationship with the sheriff's office has really improved. We are working side by side with them to better develop a process to where when they respond, instead of us waiting for reports, they will document things right then and then actually send them to us so that we can act on it immediately the next day if we're not on. So we are really working at strengthening that relationship with the sheriff's office. They're wonderful now, but quite frankly, I would prefer the sheriff's office running to other calls other than people talking in the hot tub. So that's what we're kind of trying to do. So that relationship continues to grow. Very thankful for that collaboration with them. And yeah. So just in the program conclusion, you can kind of see it there. We do have a 24/7 hotline. Please call it. I'm speaking to this entire community, this entire county. We want to maintain our good relationship. So if you're out gardening or things like that, we are going to stop and say hello to you. We're going to stop and ask if everything's okay and go from there. Our goal is achieving voluntary compliance. That's very important. So if you see that yellow warning on your home, please call us. There's a reason why that's on there. Most violations are resolved without formal action, which is wonderful. We're going to stay efficient. We're going to stay very focused on that real-time response. Our team is wonderful at doing that, and I'm very appreciative of all of them. And we just want to continue to build that trust within the community and the sheriff's office. And that's all I have, really. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments at this time?
Kevin, if you could you walk me through what occurs when somebody does not comply? Obviously, I know we're at a finding stage, but then what after the finding?
After they're fined?
Right, and they don't comply.
Well,
It looks like we're getting more unpermitted violations.
We
and
are.
trending up. So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here.
there is a process that we take. Once a fine is issued, then there are additional notices that are sent out to that property owner through our admin, code enforcement admin. And then if that still doesn't prompt them to pay the fine, then it will move to revenue recovery.
And this may be for county council, that revenue recovery, does that go to the, a lien on the property? Or do we not have that piece in the ordinance?
It can get there. It doesn't get there immediately without some additional steps. And to further Mr. Bailey's comments, once they're during the process, before you even get to the point where you're, imposing these final fines, there's obviously avenues for the property owner to request hearings before a neutral hearing officer, and they can go through that process as well to ensure that they have sufficient due process before any sort of fines or other penalties are levied against their property.
Are we exploring the trending up? I mean, to me, that was quite a number.
It's quite a number to us as well.
Right.
I believe it's just something that has been occurring so frequently in the past. And the only way to say it is now that they're getting caught, they're continuing to do it. But we're going to continue to enforce. So if there's a trend, I don't believe there's a trend there. I just simply believe that we are still finding and getting word on properties that are renting illegally, that we've been doing this enforcement now for about 8 to 10 months, and those property addresses haven't popped up or come up on our radar. But through the community, we're now getting that information, and then we go through the enforcement process.
Gotcha. Obviously, there's a cost to all of this, and that's what starts to be concerning. But if you had to put your finger on one item of the program that's had the most success, what would you think it would be, or what would you call out?
I would say, other than having a fantastic enforcement team and fantastic teammates, not only here but in Placerville with the admin staff down there, I would have to say probably the rapport and the community trust that's now being established between code enforcement. I think that's probably the thing that I appreciate the most. I really enjoy it when we get a call to the VHR hotline and they actually use our first name on there. So that or we call them back and they will just simply say, "Hi, Kevin." And so that's kind of building that rapport that they know they can call us at any time.
Supervisor Veerkamp, if you don't mind my just adding a little bit to that. Sure. I think that the lack of enforcement for such a long time created, the Wild West up here. And that is what we were complaining about when we went to the board to say something's got to change. We were saying at that time, it was 2023, we already had the 900 cap and the 500-foot radius. And we were saying from the basin perspective, we have 900 legal, and we think we have over 400 illegal. And that number really wasn't, it really was plucked out of the sky. But then when you see, after just 10 months of hard work by our code enforcement team, that they've been able to identify 322, it justifies what we were saying. And so I do think it's going to take a little bit for people to realize that we're serious. And those fines that have been levied, probably the majority of them are illegal VHRs. And no, they're not going to there's no way for them to comply except to stop doing what they're doing. Because the 500-foot radius is really what's guiding things up here at this time. But I really want to recognize that incredible work that code enforcement has done in such a short period of time. It proved to us as residents that we were right about what was going on, and we really appreciate the support of the board to find the funding to be able to stand up code enforcement in the basin, doing a terrific job, and I really want to thank you for that, both of you, all three of you.
I'll add to one other difference is the board gave us direction to be proactive about illegal VHRs. Code traditionally has been complaint-based only, and we certainly were getting complaints, but we have the ability, we have staff that go online and look at who is advertising through VRBO or Airbnb or other outlets. And if it does, they can then check do they have all the permits that are necessary. If they don't, we're proactively going after those. So I would suspect, we're going to have this peak here this year and perhaps into next, and then I would expect it will start going downward trend.
I'll just put one more point on that, just if I can, is I did mention the code enforcement strategic plan that the board adopted in 2023. It specifically talks about what Karen just mentioned. We are a reactive county, except for one thing, which is a proactive approach on illegal VHRs.
Oh, you have something to say?
Oh, I just wanted to ask Kevin, you said there was one position that's not filled right now. Is the evenings and weekend position filled? Because to me, that's been a critical addition to the whole team.
It's filled by me.
So you're doing that one. So are you trying to, is that the one you're trying to fill then, is the evening and
Yes.
weekend one? Okay. Thank you for hanging in there and
Oh, absolutely.
covering that.
Absolutely.
And you're right, I do know some folks that know you by name, and they really appreciate your responsiveness. They do.
Thank you.
Any more comments from the board?
Kevin, nice to meet you. Kudos to your team. Do you, first of all, your response times and stuff, I mean, I think you think they were slow. I thought they were pretty good. So kudos to you on that. Does code or does anyone inspect properties before they're permitted? Do we inspect them all?
Yep.
Fire district.
All right. And then have there been issues with the sign? You said the signs identifying as a VHR goes on the bear box or something up front. Has that been an issue, like with burglaries or anything like that? You know, advertising that the home is vacant or?
I believe we've had a couple, but it hasn't really been substantial.
Okay. All right. And then.
It's mostly the bears that like that sign.
Yeah, do they? No, I use VRBO all the time in different states, and I've never seen that before. So I was curious. That's all I have for now. But yeah, thank you, and thanks to your team. I mean, I deal with your team, on the West Slope, on not on VHRs, but other things, and they are excellent. And so I like the fact that we're not a revenue based enforcement program. And I like the fact that you are working with the public and trying to remedy things before they get a fine. So,
All right. Any other questions or comments at this time?
Well, I was trying to help move the conversation. We've heard many comments over the last year since we made the changes to the ordinance, good and bad and everything all about it. And clearly there needs to be some work done to address unique situations, especially on the West Slope. We've talked about that. And the board last year already gave direction to look into ag lodging, and that is currently in the works. And the Budget Ad Hoc Committee has been talking with staff about the ag lodging ordinance because it's a revenue generation source for the county and for our residents too. So to address and look further into some of these other unique situations on the West Slope, I just want everybody to know that we're considering giving some direction to staff when we, it's a receive and file, but for the ad hoc to continue looking at the ag lodging and include some of the other things that we've been hearing over the last, 8 months or whatever, including the parcel sizes, different buffering for that, because that is obviously different on the West Slope. And so I just want everybody to know that we're already looking and thinking of giving that direction today. So if you think that's a good idea, you can maybe encourage that. So just wanted to let you know.
Okay. Any other more comments from the board at this time? I don't see none. Okay. Let's go to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 23. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning, Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe. I was for the VHRs. I didn't have any dog in the fight at all. I thought people should do what they want with their property, but I feel misled because if you look at that data, which was, should have been broken out, that's a basic statistic analysis. But anyhow, you look at the data, there's not that difference between, it's not substantial between when we had the VHRs and we didn't, except for that one breakout of COVID year, the downturn. I don't think it's substantial. I mean, we could do without these, and you probably wouldn't notice much in the revenue stream. I had family visiting. We'd watch a movie, going to bed about 11 o'clock, and all of a sudden you hear somebody's blasting music for 45 minutes. I called, had to leave a message. No follow-up. It happened again the next day, 10 o'clock for 30 minutes. No follow-up. I checked the South Tahoe Now online news, and that's where I got the information that there was a VHR in my neighborhood. Only one in my entire neighborhood, a couple blocks away, blasting the music away. There's no outreach to the neighborhood saying there's a VHR in your neighborhood. Just send a postcard with a list of the ones. So you know if there's a noise complaint, you know which one it's coming from, and you can better communicate that. But the other is, I don't understand that that the taxes are collected by Airbnb, et cetera, and they hold on to it for 12 months. They're getting interest on that money. When I order a pizza, I know exactly when it goes in the oven, when it comes out of the oven, when it's being cut, when it's ready. That data is there. They're just not sharing that data. And, to not break out the TOT from VHRs, when you're talking about VHRs, is just ludicrous. I don't understand how that could be missed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to Tahoe. My name is Leona Allen. I'm a lifelong resident of the Tahoe Basin, and as many of you who've been around the board for a long time know, I've been very vocal about vacation rentals in our neighborhoods. Many years ago, I did a Public Records Act request for the VHR across the street from me, and realized that in 3 years, the Sheriff's Department had responded there 85 times. I sent this information to the board, nothing was done. And in fact, one of the times when a deputy responded out to the house, he asked me how many times I had called the Sheriff's Department, and I explained that we call a lot on this house. And he said, well, maybe I should arrest you for harassment. So, fast forward to today. This last summer, I called the VHR hotline, and I left a message. It was a bear situation, and it was putting the bear at risk. And within 7 minutes, I received a call back with somebody telling me that they were going to come pick up the trash and take care of the situation and find the owners. I was thrilled. So I just want to say, you guys, thank you very much for your hard work. I know you're doing a lot, and you're really helping our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Janice Boston, 61-year resident of South Lake Tahoe. Thank you for being here today and coming to Tahoe. Thank you, Supervisor Lane, for putting together the advisory committee you put together. I was on that committee. I've been in the service industry my whole life, the first half in restaurants, the second half in real estate. I am in a neighborhood that is highly affected by vacation rentals. I'm in the Golden Bear neighborhood. And I find that vacation rentals, it's hard to put them together with local residents. And I want to say, when we had our advisory committee, the vacation rental members who were obviously pro-vacation rentals, they talked about enforcement. We just need enforcement, we just need enforcement. I thought we needed a little more than that, but I'm very happy with the enforcement that we have. I've called the hotline number 3 times. One time there was a full-on bus at a vacation rental. They were there within 5 minutes, and the bus was gone within 10. We had an illegal vacation rental 3 houses up. I called, and that was taken care of immediately. They posted, and they knew this. They looked it up. They saw where it was advertised on, I believe, Airbnb, and they knew when the next people were coming in. To me, I feel like, and then I just recently called the house right across the street The bears got into the trash box. I'm not sure how they got in. But I called the vacation rental company, and they said, well, we'll try to get there. And I said, well, please do before I call enforcement. And they got there really quick. And I'm going, why am I calling? I'm just going to call enforcement from now on, because I feel as a citizen, I shouldn't have to be the one monitoring vacation rentals. I think we have an ordinance. I think it's extremely important to have a good enforcement code that follows up and makes sure they're run properly. So, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you guys.
Good morning, Chair Turnbull and members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for being here at Lake Tahoe. My name is Steve Teixeira, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. We are a bi-state chamber, which means that we have members and activities on both sides of the state line. Within the activities that we do and the advocacy work that we do, there are 3 different VHR programs: El Dorado County, the city of South Lake Tahoe, and Douglas County. And we see a little different approach in each of the counties. I think that what you have heard today, based on your direction and the work of your staff, is pretty solid. And I think some of the testimony you're getting reflects that. We want to thank our supervisor, Supervisor Lane, for spending a lot of time with the community and working and bringing issues to this board so you could give direction to staff, and want to thank the staff for the work that they do. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Jody Pratt, South Lake Tahoe resident. I also sat on the VHR committee. Couple of things. I live in a cluster, within a cluster of VHRs. It's been great since you guys started. I've absolutely noticed the difference. So kudos to them. I think it's wonderful. I think enforcement has really been the key to all of this. With respect to gathering data, I wanted to ask you, because it didn't occur to me till you said this, Supervisor Lane, do we have any hotels in our jurisdiction, or are they all over in the city? Because if they're all over in the city, that's kind of an important thing about, breaking out the numbers. We wouldn't really have TOT, would we, from the VHRs? And another thing I wanted to just suggest with respect to gathering data, Mr. Ferry, I would be curious, and I'm not exactly sure how this would be done, but I think it's kind of an interesting statistic maybe to be looking at in the future with regards to money that we bring in through TOT. I would be curious about the effect of overturning Measure T in the city, because in my head, and this is just in my head, I feel like there will be more people renting closer to the city core. There's going to be more people renting closer within the city now that there's going to be more VHRs available, because there may be a certain population of people, like families and whatnot, who are going to be still looking to rent in the county. But I think there may be an effect ultimately on our TOT. So if we see it go down, since the overturning of Measure T, that may be something we want to look at. But in any event, thank you, Supervisor Lane. Thank you to all of you for convening that advisory committee that I sat on. We worked really hard. It said 6 meetings, but it felt like a million. I mean, we were there every week for two or 3 hours each time. We ate our dinner there. A lot of us broke out into subcommittees and had meetings that way. So there was a lot of work that went into that ordinance. So I appreciate all of you looking at what we did, adopting new ordinances, and I appreciate all the work that's been done. So thank you.
Good morning. Thank you all for being up at the lake. Appreciate it. I am a property manager. I manage about 36 vacation rentals. Most of them were in the county. I've picked up 5 in the city now as Measure T has been overturned. This, I think, fall quarter numbers are going to be bad. Of my 35 properties I manage, I had 2 check-ins last weekend. It's slow. My December bookings are down 25% from last year. Now, people will still book from December, but be careful. I think our numbers are going to go down. And regarding Airbnb and VRBO, VRBO just started the same program Airbnb does, where they're going to be paying you directly for bookings that are handled by VRBO. I handle my own VRBO processing, so I mail you a check every quarter. We have to fill out a really detailed form, how many guests we had, how many nights we had, how much income was there, and what the taxes are. So us property managers and homeowners are submitting very detailed documentation to you. I know you're getting one big fat lump check from Airbnb. Good luck fighting with them, because you're probably not going to get the details out of them. But thank you, and these guys have been amazing.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rich Gamez. I live on the West Slope, Gold Hill to be specific. I live next door to Serene Ranch. Some of you know about it. I have been living next door to them, and they have had an illegal VHR since May of 2020. There have been fireworks in July. There have been dirt bikes in the orchard. The house has been overcrowded several times. There have been all-day and all-night parties that have continued for the last 5 years. Prior to the VHR enforcement, the county literally did nothing. The sheriff's department literally did nothing. Unfortunately, the owner of this property next to me has many friends that are part of the county, as well as has connections in the sheriff's department. It wasn't until an agency was created to enforce the VHRs that we finally started getting results this year. My neighbors have continued to rent their property with no license, no permit, and no TOT to this day. Code enforcement has issued approximately $48,000 in fines to that neighbor of that and the owner of that property. Not 1 cent has been paid to date. And the owner of the property continues to operate. The code enforcement officers have given us hope. For the first time after 5 years of disruption. They need to be unshackled and allowed to do their jobs. There are situations that don't allow code enforcement to perform their investigations. Something as simple as a no trespassing sign set at the end of the road or at a gate does not allow the officer to enter the property to perform something as simple as a knock and talk. This would allow the officer to investigate the property and possibly see who is there and how many people are on the property. This restriction needs to be removed. Investigations cannot be done from the street, nor can the officer be told to wait at the end of the driveway for an occupant to possibly leave so that they can speak with them. This is not just about the illegal activity taking place. This is also about the surrounding neighbors having their right to reasonable peace and quiet without hearing parties and music all day long. Noise is noise. We should not have to hide inside of our homes and turn the television up to drown out the noise next door. Finally, I would like to thank the VHR code enforcement staff. You're doing a great job. Please stay the course. Keep up the good work. You're helping everybody in this community. Thank you.
Good morning, Janet McDougall, longtime resident of South Lake Tahoe. Some of you may remember I was a very vocal person relative to vacation rentals. First, I want to thank Supervisor Lane for having convened a committee to really get into the nuts and bolts of this for South Lake Tahoe, because we truly had a huge problem. I think Supervisor Veerkamp, you asked the staff what was the one thing that was most helpful in this. From a resident standpoint, I think the best thing that's been done is having one central telephone number for people to call, because prior to having that, it was a self-policing situation, and there was no incentive for property managers and the local contacts to turn that in for a complaint. So I think that single thing has made a huge difference. And I too want to compliment the staff. The staff is doing a remarkable job. It's still not perfect, but it's way beyond what it was before, and we're very grateful for that. So again, thank you to all involved.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Sergey Surenkov. I had a little different presentation prepared, but I'm going to pivot a little bit. I'm the bad homeowner that owns a property on Gold Hill Road. That's been a very subject to many discussions. I've had my awesome neighbor call many times on me to the code enforcement, also sheriff. I do have actually printout of about 70 calls to the sheriff's department that was made since 2020. Not a single one was substantiated. They would show up, say that there's no noise, or they drive. There was instances where they park their vehicle at the property line, blast the music, and call the sheriff. That's a documented, sheriff has it on record. So that's where the sheriff stopped responding. Also with the 500-foot rule, and I totally agree that it might work in Tahoe. So I'm totally keeping the Tahoe. It's a different cluster, different demographic, but with property, I have 20-acre parcel. The neighbor that called and got me shut down has an active VHR right now himself. He's not advertising anywhere. I don't think he rented a single night. So all that revenue is going to be lost. To rent 10 nights for the year just to show you have an active VHR, well, A, you can rent it for $10 a night and call, okay, I just rented $100 for the whole year, rent it to friends and family. Even if you rent for $100, whatever, I mean, the revenue is minimal. So this 500-foot buffer now prevents me from getting a permit where the person that's not advertised on Airbnb, Vrbo has no intention of generating any income is now causing this. So I would like for you guys to reconsider 500 buffer. Yeah, if it works in the city, let him keep it. Again, different neighborhood, different clusters. I wouldn't want to have a neighbor, 10 feet from me, blasting music and whatever. But when you have 20, 40, 50 acre parcels with, hundreds of feet in between properties or houses, I think it's a completely different game. So please consider, there's lots of rules. And then when you guys start creating new rules, please talk to homeowners, business owners, the ones that are living in this county, have business in this county, have property in this county, that want to have the best for this county. We want to generate income, we want to be good citizens, and also creating a livelihood for our families. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Jude Wood. I'm in Myers resident. I have a hosted rental. I rent out one room in my house to supplement my income as a nonprofit executive. Obviously, hosted had a huge change under the new ordinance. We went from being just under a business license to having a proper system just for us. And I want to say, whilst it was a lot more expensive, it was very smooth. The county staff were wonderful to work with. It was great. And I also just wanted to share that, even though I have a hosted rental myself, I'm also a full-time resident, so experienced in the past some of the annoyances with the very, very large VHRs in my neighborhood, and this summer has been the quietest ever. So thank you so much for all the efforts that have been put in on this. It's really starting to make a difference in our community.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
You can just give it to the clerk of the board and she'll pass it.
Oh, no, I said to give it to me.
I'll give you a minute to take a look at the document that I'm handing all the supervisors today with real and accurate information.
Todd, go ahead, your time's ticking.
Okay, as you know, I can eat up to 3 minutes quite easily, so. My name's Todd Story. I'm here representing the Republican Central Committee, and I'm the chair of land right issues here in El Dorado County. So we get a lot of calls from different people and constituents that have issues that they don't feel are getting dealt with at the county. I also live next to Sergey's property and have some business there as well. So in dealing with that, you're going to see the numbers that were skewed a bit today because they did not take out just VHRs. We're here talking about VHRs, not hotels or anything else. These are real numbers on 4 units.
familiarize yourself with it. You'll see there's a drastic drop ever since we made the new ordinance in 2024. So unfortunately, they put the whole county as one whole. And you guys know the demographic here in South Lake Tahoe is completely different. You got Tahoe Keys where an investor could go and buy the whole court and make that basically a random hotel, which we don't want to do and destroy people's lives. The West Slope is completely different. We live on large tracts of land. People want to come here and do tourism. They want to come here and visit the American River, and they don't want to stay in a hotel. They want to stay out in a rural community, have some privacy. So with that being said, I think we need to get real numbers. I know the TOT fees are down regarding VHRs. I've talked to several VHR owners, and they're not getting the bookings because of the restrictions that have been put on by that previous ordinance. I would ask that this board to make a common sense decision. Go ahead and separate out the West Slope from South Shore because they're two different animals. Apply rules that apply to the West Slope that are accurate so the people can get in there and rent their places and create revenues. People only buy these because it's an investment. Like I may invest in an orchard and Brian may invest in some fire equipment. There's all kinds of things, but you want to get return on your investment. When you don't get return on your investment, then you're going to lose that investment. I mean, I know George has even had a garage. I mean, he invested in that business. Greg's got laundry. I mean, I'm the guy that knows all the board that supposedly gets all the favors. I'm probably held at a higher standard. So when I was dealing with that property, just to elaborate a little more on an earlier speaker, the sheriff's department responds out there multiple times. And finally, we came to a conclusion, good, if he's doing something wrong, make a citizen's arrest right now. We'll go arrest him. You know what the person says? Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Because guess what? False arrests will get you put in trouble. But you harass the person time and time again. We've had noise complaints that didn't exist. People in this room were there. We have a noise complaint where we exceeded the noise levels. Guess what? There wasn't no noise. So I had to go to council. We did some talking and say, look, you guys need to strike this because this is inaccurate. And we'll bring supervisor, we'll bring sheriff, retired sheriff. The list goes on of how we're a bad operator. I'm tired of people walking in here and you guys just taking their word. Oh, he's a bad guy. But some of you have actually been there, see he's not such a bad guy, and you see it didn't happen. But there are people here who haven't been out to my event, haven't been to the VHRs, haven't been to a lot of things, who should spend some time out there and seeing both sides. Anyway, is that my 3 minutes? Or is that my warning? Yeah. Okay. Well, I could go on, but I'll have to come for another day to do that. I'm glad you're able to hear me today. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room like to speak? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from London Litza.
Good morning, everyone. So I am a resident on the West Slope, and we purchased our property in 2020 for the sole reason of me being a stay-at-home mom to our 3 kids. I had a legal hosted rental at the time, and then the ordinance happened. And I don't know how Kevin Bailey can sit up there and just say the things that he said, because I've had the exact opposite experience as someone who has rented a quiet hosted rental and then was attempting to turn to a VHR. The code enforcement is not trying to work with residents. I did not have any complaints on my property. They are not trained. I've been having issues with their own lowly code enforcement officer, Kevin Hart, who admitted himself he had no training packet, no code of conduct thing to look over. He simply spent some days out in the field with a man named Camden Smith. I believe a man had mentioned, don't restrict them to not trespassing on property. I've had the exact opposite experience. I've had Kevin Hart come out to my property, go well past 2 no trespassing signs, park in my driveway, harass me and a friend. And this man is like 3 times my size. He came out with Camden Smith. They are not trained to even abiding by simple constitutional laws. If you want to try to get people to have good rapport with the code enforcement needs to not, violate people's constitutional rights. I have experienced so many violations. Kevin Bailey is aware of this. I've reached out to Karen Gardner. She refuses to even meet with me in person. I've tried to reach out to Brian Veerkamp, who's supposed to advocate. He took an oath to advocate for the people like me who are just trying to make a living. And I have gotten nothing. And they go, oh, we're trying to, you have your due process. I have gotten nothing but no due process. Instead, I've been attacked. I have had fake violations put on my home by code enforcement themselves, no complaints. It took months to get one abated. And even to this day, I'm staring at a VHR violation where Kevin Hart himself said that all I had was an active ad. Well, he's upset that my ad I made long-term, which is not in his jurisdiction, and it's a $5,000 violation where it says stop utilizing it for less than 30 days. So I'm not even staring at an accurate violation, but yet it's getting assessed for $5,000, and I keep getting reminders, and I keep telling them, hey, you have a fraudulent violation here that you're letting this code enforcement officer just go rogue, and I'm getting ignored, I'm getting the shoulder. Yeah, we sustain it. How do you sustain it when there was no TOT taken out? How do you sustain it when I have an email from Airbnb themselves? I tried to work with them. They have this Airbnb email stating there was no activity on this specific date. I have on video Kevin Hart and Camden Smith themselves stating that this would never turn into a lien. So there's something going on here, as another person mentioned on the board. It's not stated in the ordinance about liens. It just says revenue recovery. What is that? Because if that actually does happen based on a fraudulent violation and it's not even listed in the notice.
Thank you.
Okay, what's your response?
Now taking public comment from Lexi Boger. Lexi Boger, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, board. Lexi Boga here, District 3, co-founder of Our Egg. We submitted a letter to you. I hope you had a chance to read it. But I was thinking to just speak more personally for a moment. I was born and raised here on the West Slope. Me and my friends are from these rural properties. And Supervisor Veerkamp, I just want to have to really thank you for being the one voice who has brought this out up here. It's not a problem on the West Slope. These are good operators on large parcels, and they're really not hurting anyone. El Dorado County used to be against government overreach, and Supervisor Turnbow, you know this too. Our rural people are often land rich and money poor, right? You know, you're leveraging your extra space to bring in some revenue for the family, and this is considered part of our property rights. At least this is how we used to approach it. What do these VHRs look like over here? Oftentimes it's just young families, for example, who buy a house. They're so expensive now, but it's got a rental property to help make these rising mortgages pencil out. Regarding complaints on the West Slope, I think if you look at the number of complaints and divide it by the number of properties that it's actually coming from, you'll see there's only a couple of properties. And that really reflects neighbor personal disputes. Regarding an ad hoc, don't think that's needed here. If you're going to do one, you would really have to create a new ad hoc specifically for VHRs and be voted on by all of you sitting up there today. To say that Ag Lodging current work is going to handle this on the West Slope, it's not enough because that is such a narrow view. That is ag operating properties only, and that doesn't address the rest of these properties, the people who have heard from today. Our Egg is recommending two things. One, cease enforcement on the West Slope temporarily, and number two, create a task force through SEED, which would be an obvious partner in this. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter about the TOT losses being quote unquote big enough. There's no problem with West Slope operators, and they should be allowed to operate. So why say no just to say no? Please, let's end this recent culture of regulating for regulation's sake and go back to a regulatory process that looks at real problems, of which there are very few on the West Slope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lexi.
Now taking public comment from Jen S. Jen S., are you there?
Oh, hi, sorry. My name is actually Clara Serenkov. I'm not sure why it showed up that way. It must be the profile I'm logged into. I apologize. But my name is Clara Serenkov. So on the official county government website, there is a page with details on the county mission and vision. It lists 5 specific strategic areas of focus. It says safe and healthy communities, public infrastructure, workforce excellence, thriving economy, and strategic innovation. Because I have limited time, I will focus on the one applicable to today, thriving economy. The exact statement directly from the El Dorado County website says, attract and retain businesses, stimulate entrepreneurship, and diversify the local economy. Emphasis is placed on creating a business-friendly environment, streamlining the permit process, supporting small businesses, and leveraging economic development incentives. I wish so much that this accurately described the goal for this county, because after going through the changes of the last couple of years, it seems the exact opposite is the goal. The focus is on how to come down harder, put laws in place that make it near impossible to be profitable. Today, it was said that the program with the most success was the enforcement team, not a team to help attract and retain business, stimulate entrepreneurship, and diversify the community, but rather a department who prides itself on the exact opposite. Regarding the tax collection going up from 2023 and 4, or 23 and 24 and 25, bookings are generally made 6 to 12 months in advance. So true numbers for 2025 that will show the impact will come from the fourth quarter numbers, as Todd Story showed with his handout that he handed out. So the data shown in the presentation today could be showing a booming to 2024 before the changes were made, and then leftover bookings for quarter 1 through 3 of 2025. To use it as data supporting the changes from last year would be an irresponsible thing for the county to do without diving into it further, showing month by month and not lumping years together. I urge the stats collected to include this information to assure the county is making the best decisions for the county as a whole. Regarding the number of complaints that come in, are there stats on how many times a complaint is placed by the same individual? I didn't write down the total fast enough, but the number of complaints, call and emails alike, doesn't necessarily represent how many problems there are. If a significant amount are coming from a few individuals, then it makes no sense to restructure the way the county runs as a whole to satisfy a few. It even seems to be a point of pride that those complaining are on a first name basis with code enforcement. I was blown away at that statement. Shouldn't you want to be on a first name basis with those that are trying to build the county up rather than tear it down? And I agree in transparency to the county, but please put measures in place to ensure angry neighbors cannot use the county tools as a means to harass a neighbor that they just have a personal problem with. Complaints should be verified, and there should be consequences for false claims. Nobody should be able to make 75 unverified complaints and get away with it. You say you want to be proactive regarding complaints, so who is being proactive about what complaints are valid? Who is being proactive about which individuals are using it as a tool to harass a neighbor? I'm also associated with Serene Ranch, and Rich, who spoke earlier, specifically told us that they only complain about us because we are a rental. If it was us and our 5 children making any noise, they would not care. They just don't want to live next to a rental. His wife has stood on their side of the fence on a sunny afternoon on a Saturday and screamed profanities at children because they were too loud when jumping into the pool. Again, it would be fine if it was my kids, but because it was a rental, it was unacceptable. And yet he is allowed to make as many complaints as he wants and get praised for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning again, board. Having listened to this item now for close to an hour, if not an hour, I recognize that are essentially 2 conflicting elements. One is code enforcement, and you've heard a lot of support for some actions of the code enforcement, and some people have said that they believe it's an overreach and they've been violated up to their personal social position in terms of what they believe they should have because they're a property owner, versus economic development. Economic development is essentially what we've said many, many times, a strong element of the Board of Supervisors in trying to establish increased revenue production and allow services to be provided without cutbacks, essentially what we're having this year. Lexi Boger mentioned her longstanding relationship as an individual, and I truly agree with what Lexi's saying, but I think we're missing the point of this discussion today. Again, and I'm repeating myself,
has two elements to it. Code enforcement is one versus economic development. And the truth is really in the factual nature of what can be produced in order to be able to support the comments that have been made. Essentially, I hope your board recognizes the two distinctions that I'm establishing by my comments. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Lauren Hernandez.
Good morning, board. I'm Lauren Hernandez. I am also co-founder of the Eldorado Economic Generator Germination, our egg. First, I want to congratulate Supervisor Lane and the Tahoe community. This is an incredible example of where a local issue is brought forward and local leadership works together to bring collaboration and voices together. There was very much clearly an issue in the Tahoe Basin, and an advisory committee was formed, and the community voice helped inform the creation of policy and action. What we're here to speak about today, and what I'd like to really point to, and I know this is focused on Tahoe today, but there's clearly an impact that has been had on the West Slope of El Dorado County and ultimately detrimental to our local economy and tourism. There is definitely a discrepancy in the data here today. I see Supervisor Turnbull, Supervisor Veerkamp, you were questioning how some of the data is not adding up. And so that really warrants further analysis in a transparent and robust public way. So I hope that there will be further follow-up on that and an opportunity to take the Tahoe model of engaging the public through robust advisory group. We, as the egg, are proposing a task force be created with stakeholders on the West Slope and to follow the model to address the specific needs that fit the rural nature and unique challenges that we have on the West Slope that'll support a thriving economy and quality of life for our residents. So our two specific requests again are one, to immediately cease proactive complaint on VHR code enforcement on the West Slope. So that's not to say that complaints cannot continue forward, but the proactive enforcement against those who have not had complaints should cease immediately to be able to conduct a robust process and policy correction that is necessary. Second, to create a commission that's going to be data informed and community led to convene a task force that is robust and publicly engaged with the stakeholders on the West Slope, including those who are operators, to help inform policy updates and corrections that need to be made that support a productive path forward for everyone. Thank you again, and we look forward to supporting the process forward.
Thank you, Lauren.
Now taking public comment from Jenny Yee.
Hi, my name is Jenny. I want to say I'm a property owner in El Dorado County in the West Slope. What I wanted to say is I'm coming from Bay Area, so I look at El Dorado County's VHR policy in West Slope. I feel it's really short-sighted and counterproductive. By restricting vacation rental so heavily, the county is really pushing away tourism and the sales tax revenue that comes with it, including the most important business, winery business. I know a lot of people like to come to El Dorado County for wine tasting, but to be honest, the vacation, the hotel, it's not quite cut it. So they like to go like camping or the day rental. So I think that's not very smart. Also, I have to disagree with what the county says. I think your ordinance appears to design more to generate a quick one-time fine than to support sustainable long-term income for West Slope County. Your ordinance, instead of encouraging responsible operations, it actually discourages them. As a result, we have chosen not to operate our vacation home rental in El Dorado County and are moving our business to other counties in California where the Airbnb operations are welcome and supported. I also have a question to ask. My property, including a direct access to the Cosumnes River. So if I rent out my river for a day, is it considered a VHR violation? And also, when the county assess the fine, are you charge people just because we have a booking or just because we advertise a vacation home rental without a permit? I would think that you should fine people when the booking actually happened, not because we advertise. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Lauren. Can you?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Lauren Gresh. I'm with R&R Vacation Rentals. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I come with deep concern and a sincere desire to help improve the policies surrounding vacation home rentals in our county. First, I'd like to raise a question about the TOT numbers for rentals. As mentioned by another operator, based on current trends, average daily rates and occupancy are declining. This suggests that the revenue projections may not be accurate. Additionally, the number of vacation rental permits has dropped significantly due to the 500-foot buffer rule. I respectfully request that the board provide the current number of active vacation home rentals so we could better understand how far below the original cap of 900 units we now stand. Looking ahead, the forecast isn't encouraging. The 500-foot buffer is proving to be overly restrictive, especially now that the city of Southlake is allowing residential vacation rentals. The shift will likely lead to further declines in county revenue. So I urge you to consider reducing or eliminating the buffer and instead establishing a clear, sustainable cap that allows for predictability and responsible growth. The enforcement data presented shows that vacation rentals are not necessarily the source of most violations. In fact, the majority are from illegal rentals, and I commend staff for their strong efforts in addressing those cases. This reinforces the idea that responsible permitted vacation rentals are not the problem. Finally, I ask that any committee formed to review and revise these policies include individuals with direct experience in vacation rentals and community planning. Their insights will be invaluable in crafting fair and effective regulations. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Kara, how many more people are going to speak or have their ready?
This is the last one.
Okay, all right. We'll cut
Can
it
you
off.
unmute yourself, 390?
I am unmuted. No, you can never keep me quiet. I won't go easy. Anyway, interesting discussion here. I'm trying to understand this process. It seems that the out-of-hand situation in the Tahoe Basin has been dealt with to an extent. Sounds like people are happier than they were before. I think that the focus perhaps now needs to be the West Slope. I have a person who's a friend who has I believe, a hosted situation. Anyway, she's finding it very difficult to comply with all this for really not a outlandish amount of income. And, you know, at the end of the year, if you will, by the time all of the requirements are taken care of, all the money is spent. And it's not working out as was thought. Trying to help this person understand it some more has been kind of difficult. Also, Airbnb sends one check a year. Excuse me? How does that work besides poorly? I'm not sure I understand how they can justify that and how we can unpack it. It seems like there's a real disconnect with the what's it, accounting, if you will. How can we tell what's going on, especially when it's like done at the end of the year? So we're looking at stuff that's 11 months and 29 days old at times. 500-foot buffer, not sure that's a great idea or as applicable down here on the west slope as it is in Tahoe Basin, where you've got quarter-acre lots. If that, that sort of setback could be appropriate. Let's see here. And the data that on the west slope seems to be incorporating hotels also. We need to break that out so that we have an actual or an accurate representation of where the funding is coming, where the revenue is. Back to data, back to management, back to letting us know, is this worth it or not? Anyway, good luck on all this. I think an ad hoc committee needs to be formed on the west slope to deal with those issues. Thank you.
There's one more on.
We just cut it off right there. We're going to keep going on and on. We're limited on time, so sorry about that. So I'll bring it back to the board right now for any further comments or discussion.
Mr. Chair, I just want to kind of throw out, assuming that this conversation may shift a little bit, I want to again congratulate and thank code enforcement for the tremendous work that you've done up here in the basin. And I also want to thank the 13-member VHR Advisory Committee, of which many of you have spoken and are in the room today. The work that you did brought much more balanced approach to the program here in the basin, where residents have tools and a better quality of life, and some of our visitors can experience Tahoe in a private home. So kudos to all of you. Keep up the good work, and I turn this back to my colleagues.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions?
I would ask one question, Brandon. Do we have a validation of complaints on the west slope? I mean, obviously, we've had plenty. We've heard numbers. But is there really any attempt to really validate whether they were legitimate complaints or not? And I don't want to prolong this too much longer. I got maybe a thought or an idea here that we can move forward and get going. But I mean, that's just something I want to put out there, that do we really have numbers on validations versus numbers of complaints?
Absolutely, and I can have Mr. Bailey, further describe that. But when a complaint is made to the hotline, it's the officer's job to engage with the local contact, but then also to investigate the complaint to either substantiate it or not. Is this real? Is there evidence of a violation occurring or not?
West slope and east slope, or
absolutely
together? Okay.
No, on both sides of the hill, the process is carried out the same.
Okay.
So yes, absolutely.
I think we've done a good job, Supervisor Lane, going back to Supervisor Novasil, when we started this whole process. And we put together the task force or the advisory group. So I would suggest we do the same on the west slope. And we really take a deep dive on the west slope and the possibilities Karen, you alluded to it, unintended consequences, challenges of the West Slope. We need to take a better, deeper, longer dive into that. And in the meantime, whether that's a VHS ad hoc, or, you know, or task force or advisory, whatever the composition may be, but I think we should do that. And Tahoe, continue on the path you're on. I think there's been a lot of good progress. The only thing that bothers me is that spike in number, and then going back to, at some point, if you've got a problem, you got to deal with it. And if that number continues to go up and we're not making any progress on the end result, then we're spending a lot of money, time, and effort going nowhere. So that's me.
Okay. So, to create a task force or anything like that, we need to bring an item back.
Right.
So you want to put that into a motion of some kind?
Sure, I would receive and file the presentation today. Again, thanking Tahoe for the hard work and the efforts that have been made and the progress that's been made. But I would ask then on direction that we bifurcate the east slope from the west slope, and we put together a task force, advisory committee, or what, in conjunction with staff, bring back an item to form that.
Do you want to create an ad hoc of board members to lead the task force then? Because that's kind of how Supervisor Lane did it.
I think that's probably the best way to go.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got the budget ad hoc, but they've got their own charge. We're going to hear from Seed and get those recommendations based on the budget side of stuff. But this is, I think, specific to the VHRs.
And is it going to be separate from the ag lodging effort?
I think so. 'Cause
Kind of going?
The ag lodging is, again, a very small component that is being worked on also.
So have staff bring back an item to create a VHR ad hoc that will lead a VHR task force on the West Slope.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I make,
Is that a second?
Yeah,
well, I
sure.
have one,
Go ahead, Greg.
maybe one request is, I think we're admitting that the West Slope law needs to be looked at or amended. Should we suspend or table the fines that are being initiated now? And not stop enforcement, but at least table the fines, so if there's a fine initiated, that they're waived that they're waived if.
I
this-
wouldn't go as far as waive, but I would say, well, let's just table it. Suspend.
I mean, I have a problem with people paying fines now that they're gonna get, or they get reimbursed from today on until our new ordinance is authored and approved. So we either don't charge them or we put a mechanism in place to refund them.
Well, I think our staff needs the direction as well, so I think that's important, that we suspend at this point until we get together and make sure that we're either verifying the components of the BHR ordinance countywide, or we want to change the West Slope side of the equation. So yes, I would include in my motion.
I see county council's light on, though. Let's
I think
get some
that
clarity.
a proposal to essentially suspend imposition of fines or to build in some type of refund process is well beyond the scope of the item as presented to you today.
Can we stop?
So
at least as of today?
what I think you could do, if that's something you wanted to consider, I think the portion about creation of an ad hoc, I think is, that's fine. That's staff direction to come back to you at a later date for creation of that ad hoc. If you wanted that item to also include information on options for the board's consideration of how to perhaps impose some type of suspension or other mechanism to address these potential changes, I think you should have an agendized item to have that discussion. Yeah, because frankly, there's a lot to be considered in that. And I don't want it to be lost that although we are, I think, now seeing that there's some aspects of the VHR ordinance as applied to the West Slope that are perhaps having some unintended consequences. There are many that are working exactly as intended. And I think you need to be really thoughtful if you're going to essentially try to suspend the entirety. I'm not sure that's going to achieve the goal you're trying to achieve. So I think it's worth having the conversation, but today's item was not structured in a manner to allow for that decision.
Okay, all right.
So do you want to add something to that
Just
to bring
so
back?
when the item comes back, we would then ask staff to have our ability to discuss and decide on whether we would suspend portions of the west slope at that time until we can make a decision, because it looks like it's going to be longer.
And may I ask one thing? I'm sorry, just on that. I would imagine that from the staff standpoint, bringing an item back to you to appoint an ad hoc is simple. That can happen probably as quickly as October 21st or the week thereafter. The staff work necessary to develop options for kind of this suspension program might be a little longer. Is it okay to kind of have those as separate discussions, or do you want to defer even the creation of the ad hoc so that staff has sufficient time to present to you the full picture? I guess that's the choice I would ask you to make.
Can I ask you a question? Can we put everything on hold right now until we do bring this back?
No.
That's what I was suggesting.
He's saying no.
Well, kind of, but I mean,
No.
Under today's item, you do not have the authority to
Okay, we
direct
don't.
staff
All
to
right.
discontinue enforcement efforts.
But if we frame the next agenda item correctly, we would have that ability.
Potentially, yeah. My question for you is
Which could be
simply,
the 21st.
I'm just trying to be mindful of the staff resources necessary to present to you the options. And if you want to get this ad hoc created and on the ground immediately, it might be in your interest to allow for those discussions, the creation of the ad hoc and the discussion of kind of suspension, to take place separately. So this way you can kind of get that ad hoc going. It's up to you how you want to proceed. Again, I'm just trying to be mindful of the staff resources necessary to bring this back to you.
I think that's fine. I'm a little bit fearful that in the meantime, things continue to add up, and we may change the context of that to where they shouldn't have been applied in the first place. So that's my concern.
Do we have to start an ad hoc, or can we, I mean, are there major tweaks? Is this a major reconstruction of the west slope, or can we just?
I don't think
there's a couple things that,
I don't think the item today allows us to make those
Okay.
tweaks. It's direction to staff. Yeah, because of the way it was worded, my opinion.
all right.
Maybe it would be good to get the ad hoc appointed at the next meeting, because that is a simple task, and have the ad hoc work with staff to get some data on these specific, because there's different, as county council pointed out, there's some things that are working the way that we had intended, and there's probably a smaller amount of unintended consequences perhaps that.
It's few.
Right, so I think that maybe that ad hoc, when it's established, could work closely with staff to look into those situations. And remember too, I'm just gonna put it out there that when fines are assessed, they become part of the negotiations in compliance too. So that's why when you saw the one chart where it said fines assessed was up here versus fines collected was down here, they're, just because they're assessed doesn't mean they're gonna be collected. They're part of that process too. So I just want everybody
So
to
that
know
was
that.
kind of, but that's why
Yeah.
when I said table them, if they can be fined, but if we don't collect until this new policy is.
I don't see we're collecting anything at this point
It
anyway.
wasn't,
so-
yeah, and that's why I'm kind of hesitant to, I think it'd be smarter to just have the ad hoc work closely with staff on the few that, are incurring more fines to see what's really going on there.
And let me add, I'm being mindful of Supervisor Veerkamp's concern about having that, excuse me, that second process drag on too long, all the while, fines may be accruing. I'm just as we're sitting here, I'm coming up with some things that might be a little bit more expedited. I'm sure staff has some ideas as well. So I think that it can still be come back to you in relatively short order. But again, I don't think that staff would be prepared. I certainly wouldn't be prepared in conjunction with my office to have that conversation probably on the 21st, but hopefully shortly thereafter to have that conversation about ways to address some of these, as Supervisor Parlin notes, kind of those unique circumstances that where the ordinance is maybe not operating as intended.
To me, then the motion will stand absent that last discussion.
All right.
Okay,
So we
yeah.
got a motion, we have a second, correct? All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Did we check with the clerk? You're good, you got it, all what we're doing? Okay, I just want to make sure the clerks were able to keep up with us, because we were all over the place.
Can we read the motion just so everybody?
Yeah, I thought, that might be a good idea.
So what I had is it's a receive and file. You will be directing staff to return to the board with an item to create a VHR ad hoc for the West Slope to include 2 board members on the ad hoc, and direct the ad hoc to work with staff to consider possible options for suspension of fees on the West Slope. This will be a separate item from the ag lodging.
Does that work?
Is that
County
clear enough,
Council?
Brandon?
Okay. The way it's worded, I'm concerned that that sounded very specific, like it was only gonna work on, we're gonna work on any issues on the West Slope, though, updates to the ordinance, so. I can include that. Yeah.
Okay.
Any potential, that, I didn't want it, the way you read it kind of seemed very narrow, so.
I think to be clear, that the item that returns to you for creation of the ad hoc, that will, you know, better define what the scope of that particular
can do
ad
that
hoc's
then.
responsibility would be.
Okay.
All right.
We'll
Okay.
do that.
Just one point of clarification. Does the board prefer an ad hoc with 2 members, or is it more of a committee-led process? I heard both ideas, so.
Let me, if I could jump in before the answer, because I think that might inform how you respond. You know, the board is permitted to create, you know, ad hocs, which are terms not necessarily used in the Brown Act, but it's in contrast with a standing committee, which is a body of this board that has, you know, ongoing jurisdiction over a particular issue. And those standing committees are committees that are otherwise subject to the Brown Act's open meeting requirements. An ad hoc committee that is comprised of no more than a quorum of the members of the body, that has, you know, that's comprised for a limited subject matter and limited duration, is not necessarily subject to the same open meeting considerations. So in the past, the board has chosen to explore these types of items via creation of an ad hoc, which comprises solely of less than a quorum of the board members. I'll note Supervisor Lane chose to do it in a slightly different way, in that without formal board action, she had created essentially a committee that was advisory to a single decision maker herself. Committees of that sort are specifically allowed to operate under the Brown Act without compliance with the open meeting requirements. So I typically, the board has done this via creation of an ad hoc rather than a more formal committee, which you could do, but just be mindful that would be considered a standing committee, and all meetings of that body would be required to take place in compliance with the Brown Act.
So probably a slower process as well, having a committee.
There's pros and cons. I don't want to, you know, cast judgment on which one is better, but there are definitely advantages to one process and the other.
I think at this point, we do the ad hoc, get this going, and then it may lead to an advisory committee if there's minor tweaks or different things need to happen in the future. But I think we need to give this the attention it needs and get off dead center, and then that then would be the task-oriented of the ad hoc.
Yeah, and we can always have workshops and, you know, whatever, however we want to reach out to the community, because that's what we've done with the other ad hoc, so not a problem.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and move to item 22, because we want to get this done. Her time is very valuable, so anyway.
We need to take a vote on that, correct?
We already did. It was 5-0.
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Joey, you want to come on up?
Item 24 comes from
No, it's item 22.
Sorry. Item 22 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and Human Resources, recommending the board acknowledge the presiding judge's appointment of Deputy Chief Probation Officer Casey Smith to serve as interim Chief Probation Officer effective October 18th, 2025. 2, recognize the court's appointment for county employment purposes and approve compensation at step 1 of the Chief Probation Officer salary range, $86.74 per hour, effective October 18th, 2025. And 3, authorize the Chief Administrative Officer and Human Resources Director to process all associated personnel and payroll actions.
Can I get people to bring your voices down, please? I appreciate it. All right, go ahead, Joey.
Thank you. Good morning, Board. Joey Carrasco. I'm the Director of Human Resources. And this is a joint item between the CAO's office and my office to consider the appointment of Casey Smith as the interim Chief Probation Officer. Actually, to specify or clarify, the court would appoint Ms. Smith as the interim Chief Probation Officer. However, we've been working closely with the court on this, and we support this. I'm going to go into a little bit of background about Ms. Smith and why she's qualified to act in the interim role, and she's also here if you have any questions for her. And this is being prompted by the pending retirement of the incumbent. Ms. Smith has been acting as the acting chief probation officer for almost 2 months, and we have a need to now have an interim CPO while we do the recruitment and find a permanent person to take that spot. Casey has a major in criminal justice. She has a master's degree in criminal justice, with a concentration in corrections. She's been with the probation department since 2010, so 15 plus years. And over the last few years, she's held various roles within the department, increasing in significance and responsibility. So since she was the assistant superintendent from April 2017 to December of 2019, the superintendent from December of 2019 to March of 2024, and from 2024 to present, she's been the deputy chief probation officer. So she clearly meets the minimum qualifications to serve in this role. And if the board does move forward with this item, the court will be issuing an administrative order following today's board meeting to make it official. So with that, I can answer any questions. Casey Smith is also here if you want to ask her any questions.
Bring it to the board. Any questions or comments? Nope. None? All right. So do we get a motion or public comment first, I guess?
Now
Alright.
taking public comment on specifically item 22. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Anybody in the boardroom want to comment? Come on up. I don't see anything, so let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Thank you for the opportunity, board, to address this item. As you know, over the past couple of weeks, there's been communications identifying 2 positions currently being considered for filling. One of them is a new chief administrator.
What happened? Can we have them take their conversation
Yeah.
farther out?
Can we shut that door?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, sorry about that.
Yeah, there was a delay. I didn't get the unmute. I just started talking. Sorry about that. Anyway, just to repeat, what I was saying is that there's 2 positions currently being considered for filling. One of them is the chief administrative officer for the county, and the other one is the chief probation officer, as you're having this item discussion currently. The Taxpayers Association has given you over the last couple of weeks information related to these 2 positions and the question of whether it's appropriate for positions other than sheriff's deputies to be considered as part of Charter 504. This is County Charter 504. And there's been some discussion most recently, the last board meeting, about compaction. And you heard earlier today, one of the representatives from the union come up and speak to that question on whether or not that is in itself is an overriding consideration, or whether the fundamental issue of whether positions other than deputy sheriffs should be attached to 504. In this particular case, it sounds like, based on this item, that there's still an opportunity for the Board of Supervisors to, on both positions, remove the attachment of these positions to County Charter 504. And so therefore, I ask in the behalf of the Taxpayers Association that you follow through and take care of this obvious, in my mind, not a acceptable situation. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no more public comment.
All right. So bring it back to the board.
Yeah, thank you for stepping up for us, Casey. We really appreciate it. And with that, I would love, did you want to, do you want to say something real quick? No, if you do, because otherwise we're going to just move on. Are you sure? Okay. But thank you, really appreciate it. So with that, I'll just move the item.
Second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and move to our 11 o'clock time allocation. Supervisor Lane?
Item 25 comes from Supervisor Lane on behalf of the family of Jada Lancelotti, the young girl tragically killed while riding her e-bike in South Tahoe. Recommending the board consider the Lancelotti family's request to paint a commemorative mural on and place a plaque in the memory of Jada on the Tahoe Paradise Park Bridge.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as the board knows, on June 7th of 2025, Jada Lancelotti was tragically struck by a vehicle while riding her e-bike in South Lake Tahoe. In honor of her memory and to create a lasting tribute, the Lancelotti family is requesting permission to install a commemorative mural in memory of Jada at the Tahoe Paradise Park Bridge. That is a county-owned asset. The mural would be created by a local artist by the name of Matthew Kaufman, who has joined us today. The mural would reflect both Jada's spirit and the community's support for the family during this difficult time. The Myers Community Foundation has pledged $5,000 towards the creation of the mural. The family would also like to request consideration of naming the bridge with placards on the bridge frame in loving memory of Jada Lancelotti and another plaque saying, "Live like Jada," which is a theme that has taken off up here on the South Shore in her memory. You see a lot of her classmates entering now, and in addition to the family. We welcome all of you. Lake Tahoe Community College last weekend, just a couple days ago, had an e-bike instruction class at the college to help our young people understand, this is not casting any blame on Jada, but just we want to make sure that we don't have these types of fatalities. And what the college did also was for all the young people that participated in that, of which there were over 100, they all got flags that are on their bikes that have a little triangular piece on it that says LLG, Live Like Jada. So again, I welcome the family. I don't know if planning and building, if our Department of Transportation would like to say anything at this point. We do have a short PowerPoint presentation that the artist has prepared, but we would be happy to go after you, Mr. Martinez, if you want to make some opening comments to help kind of set the stage.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. We have been working through Supervisor Lane's office in putting together what would be the parameters of this tragic event and memorializing it. We do have various options that we are trying to work through the Supervisor's office to see what we can do to memorialize her life. As mentioned in the item, there isn't any policy right now, so DOT's, I guess, thought and or recommendation is we come up with one. My staff does have stats on the unfortunate circumstances that in El Dorado County we've had over 90 deaths over the last 80 years due to traffic accidents. And we are constantly trying to minimize that aspect of the collaboration between pedestrian, bicycles, and motorists and their conflicts with one another on the roads. And so, as tragic as this is, we do want to try and find opportunities to celebrate someone's life, at the same time making sure that it is done with respect and honor and with collaboration from the entire community. So with that said, I'll hand it over to whoever's doing the presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. At this time, I'd like to call forward Mr. Matt Kaufman. He is an art instructor up at South Tahoe High School. He also has his own business in which he contracts, and he'll explain better than I, with other governmental agencies here on the South Shore in an attempt to cut back on graffiti. He and his students design and paint a lot of the utility boxes that are generally otherwise ugly. They're a solid color, either brown or green, and they get tagged quite a bit. And so as you drive around the South Shore, you'll notice a lot of those boxes are very creatively painted, and they've added to the enjoyment of the visual pleasure of being in the basin. So, Mr. Kaufman, thank you for being here today.
It's my honor. Thank you so much for having me. Good morning, everybody. My name is Matt Kaufman. I'm a local artist and educator, and I'm here ultimately to promote more public art in El Dorado County, specifically with your blessing to paint a memorial piece in Myers at Tahoe Paradise Park Bridge. I want to give a little backstory on the program, the Sphere of Influence that I started back in 2008 in response to just an increase in vandalism and graffiti that was happening in our community. I proposed that we replace vandalism with artwork. The idea to local PD of giving high school students spray paint made them a little uneasy, but they were willing to try it out on Ski Run Boulevard, and we had great success. We have continued to grow over the years, and our mission is just to empower local youth to create, to invest in their community, and through the arts is kind of like my wheelhouse. So positive-minded action and community-centered input, and art happens to be my passion. Teaching young people how to create art, and I enjoy creating art for others as well. We've had some pretty great success over the years, painted a couple hundred sites primarily, or by and large, have been the utility boxes. We've painted some like privately owned walls in public view in the community. And I'm pretty proud of our students that have come through the program, have gone on to do some pretty amazing things. So that's a cool feather in the cap for the Sphere. Our aim is to continue to increase public art in El Dorado County and grow the number of students that participate in the program. We've enjoyed partnering with some of these organizations, local organizations here that have enabled us to be successful and continue to support the growth of the program. And here's a couple examples of public art in the state. The first three are different installations funded by Caltrans and the California Arts Council. I guess those are overpasses. And then the third one is a piece that was funded by the Tahoe Arts, Culture, and Tourism Commission that I created over at the Bijou Center. I think we can all agree that art has a profound ability to impact us and our day. Public art has this really, neat effect when we encounter art unexpectedly. And here's the site in which we're proposing to paint murals to honor Giada. This is the underside of the bridge, the newly constructed bridge. It didn't take long for some aspiring artists to take use of the canvas there. And just as we saw success with the utility boxes being replaced with artwork, I think we'll see success in artwork that's honored by other youth in the community. So we have a series of 4 styles that represent the 4 seasons, and Giada portrayed there in a stylized way, participating in various activities in those seasons. So that's it for my presentation. I'm open. I don't know if it's appropriate to accept questions or comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody should have any.
So anyway, any questions from the board members at this time? No, nothing right this time?
So my question would be, ongoing maintenance and who's going to be responsible and that sort of thing. We don't have a policy. I know we went through a memorialized program years ago to be able to put crosses along the highway where, individuals were killed. And I think we ended up on a 14-day, and then they had to be removed just because pretty soon, unfortunately, the whole highway is lined with crosses. So I don't know. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I think it's a great tribute, but I want to make sure we're in our lane and we're covering policy, which I don't think we have. I think Director Martinez alluded to, we don't have policy. So do we need to make sure we do that first? But any 4 of those bottom ones are just absolutely gorgeous and much better than the local talent that got put on there. So,
And I think to maybe focus your question to Mr. Kaufman, since you do this with Caltrans, what is your arrangement with them?
yeah, and I guess Liberty Power, because those would be the utility boxes, right? So
Caltrans, Liberty, as well as AT&T. Yeah, and we've had, I don't know the statistics, but it's very rare when somebody does vandalize one of the boxes. For the most part, they just get weathered. So 10 years, 12 years, they're pretty faded. But every once in a while, we see some vandalism that pops up in a box, and it's just up to me to go out and paint over it or recruit some students. We meet weekly. I lead a group of youth at the high school, and we go and we paint over those boxes that need renovating. I would love to be part of authoring some sort of policy for increasing public art, like a program in El Dorado County. And I was surprised when I encountered that. I always try to ask permission before I paint. And I was surprised to find that there isn't a protocol in place for public art in the county yet. So I'd love to be part of creating that, and this being the first project.
I don't know if the city of Tahoe has one. City of Placerville is, I think they go project by project, but they may have a policy. So I'm sure there's an easy format. Let's just make sure we dot our i's and cross our t's to begin with, and then talk about the longer term to some degree and what happens if it's vandalized. So
sure. Yeah, fair enough. And let's see, this piece will be covered with a clear. So I do a UV protectant clear over all of my work that's going to be out in the elements. And I would just take ownership of, should there be any vandalism that occurs, going over and fixing it. But I don't anticipate there being a problem. There hasn't been one in in the past 17 years. It hasn't presented itself as like a huge problem. So.
no, I applaud your efforts and the beauty that you're creating. It's stunning.
Thank you.
Yeah, very well.
Couldn't do it without the students, so credit to those guys that show up and help paint. I had the honor of painting with Giada and her Girl Scout troop last year, a large feature mural here on the South Shore, and a lot of those students are here today, and so we're looking forward to getting them involved on this project as well.
I'm assuming there's no writing or inscriptions that go with any of this stuff. It's strictly art, unless there was a poem or something, but I think that's just what the policy ought to spell out.
That's the same policy that the city uses, is that there's no verbiage to be used, and that's the agreement that we have with Caltrans, is that, nothing political, no verbiage included, no direct messaging.
As you know, today, anything can be offensive to somebody, so if they can't handle that, I'd quit.
Well, this request, though, does include a request for a plaque that does have words on it, and so.
Yeah, well, let's just see where the policy gets us first.
Right, and so Supervisor Lane, were you thinking of, there's alternatives in this item, were you thinking of, conceptually saying, yeah, we like this project, but we want our policy first? Is that where you were kind of thinking? And is that where the board's kind of at?
You know, in an ideal world, I would love for the board to say, this is great, move forward with that. We're going to work on a policy and on the backside. I also understand that we've experienced personally, that's not an ideal way to manage. So if conceptually we can get approval today, that this is something we can start working on and moving towards, hopefully for some kind of installation in spring, and we buy enough time for the county to be able to put something in place by, you know, midwinter, I think that that's a good spot to land in.
That sounds good.
Any other questions at this time?
I would just want to make sure that obviously our staff, Director of Transportation and so forth, is okay as well. I mean, it's our asset to maintain, and I just don't want to complicate anything with that. You know, I just make sure we look at it. I don't mind getting things going, but I want to make sure.
I completely agree, Supervisor Veerkamp. We've never had a memorial or any of county's infrastructure actually been memorialized. And so, as I stated earlier, we've had several unfortunate fatalities. So I just want to make sure that we're not going to then disparage anybody in the past or then have problems with requests in the future. So we have a policy that we're all in agreement with and something that is complementary to the community. And so it stays uniform and there isn't any conflict for the future. So.
Right, because I think the more specific you get is where you may run into a problem. But if it's, we know what it means,
Yes.
and it's a young girl or something, I mean, to me, that's beautiful artwork.
My comments are going to sound very cold and monstrous, and please don't take them that way. Your artwork's beautiful. I'm sorry for your daughter and your friend. This stuff happens all too frequently, and unfortunately, it's going to happen again. But personally, you know, having worked throughout the state, I'm not a fan of murals. Yeah. Because beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it's very subjective. And I love those renderings at the bottom. But I've also, you know, worked in the Bay Area and LA, and I've seen what they think is beautiful. And so I'm not opposed to it, but we need to have a very strict policy. So anything we do like this fits in our environment and is appropriate for our county. We also need to think about that this is going to open Pandora's box.
Well, that's it. And
for
David, have you had,
past
I don't even know if
and
David's
current and
had
future.
a chance to review maybe other legal potential ramifications of challenged by one starting that
Well,
way.
where do we draw that line on discretion on who we honor and who we don't?
Right.
And I'm just predicting the complaints down the
I
road.
think
And that, like I
that's-
said, that has nothing to do with this young lady.
I know the city of Placerville had great debate in the last couple of years over a mural under Mosquito Road.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about I think it was a minor and some other stuff. Well, some people don't like minors, and you know they were a part of history that was a problem, and I don't think they never got to the mural. Let's just
did
put it
not
that
do
way.
it.
And it's really sad and tragic, but we have to deal with the fallout. The county has to.
I'm not opposed to exploring the policy.
Yeah, I think that's sound to explore the policy. I will acknowledge I haven't completed research into this, but I think that the concerns that have been raised are certainly valid ones. You know, defining the kind of acceptable type of art can be very challenging when you open up public infrastructure to these types of things. I've looked at the guidelines that Caltrans publishes for their program allowing for the installation of murals and public art in the transportation facilities. It could be modified to fit our needs, but I think we would need to explore what works for El Dorado County. And again, there may be restrictions on what we can dictate, given that once we've opened these types of things up to this type of use, there are First Amendment considerations that we'll need to bear in mind. But I do think there are also, if this is something the board's interested in doing, whether the policy is done concurrently with, or I'll leave it to you to decide the timing in conjunction with Supervisor Lane's request. I do think there's value in having a policy to help guide future decisions, not only with respect to the issues we talked about placement, But there are other things that we would want to talk about. There's a concept called moral rights, where an artist retains rights in a public piece of art, even beyond ownership, that could, unless they're addressed properly, could give the artist the ability to control the manner in which, revision of the art or replacement of the art, things like that. So there are a lot of kind of strange niche topics that we would want to address if this is something that the board is interested in pursuing on a more programmatic basis.
I got a question, and this, Sue, can we look at what other counties put in there, what have they adopted, especially when it comes to this? Because I know we looked at naming the buildings we had, and we came up with a policy on that. So can we do the same thing? Reach out to other counties and see what they have put in place?
Yeah, that's exactly what we would do. We would, rely on the wisdom and some of the folks that have already kind of navigated these waters and not try to do it all on our own. Yep.
Okay, good.
Well, and if there were some type of, community input process incorporated into it, I think that could also take care of some of the concerns that we're having about the content. Because with the sign ordinance, we know that First Amendment is a thing, but we definitely can have regulations on the where and the size and all of that stuff. So unfortunately, there's a lot more to this than we had thought.
All the questions right now? You have anything else?
Mr. Chair, are you going to call for public comment?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to ask if we would bifurcate from maybe our normal process at this point, because the family is in attendance. I do not want them to feel pressured, but if they would like to address the board, I would like to give them that opportunity outside of public comment.
Absolutely. Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if the
Thank you,
family,
Mr. Kaufman.
family wants to come up and comment, they can do so at this time.
We are now taking public comment.
No,
No,
this
this
is before.
Part of the
Okay.
presentation.
Yeah.
That's okay.
part of it.
Thank you.
Hello, Charles and Kelly Lancelotti, parents of Jada Lancelotti, for the record. We are strongly in support of creating murals and a memorial for our Jada at the bridge connecting West and East San Bernardino for many obvious reasons. In addition to the obvious reasons, the bridge symbolizes a safe passage for cyclists and pedestrians that used to have to navigate Highway 50 to get from North Upper Truckee to Myers. Adding Jada's memorial to the bridge reminds everyone of the reason for these safe passages. The scenic beauty of the bridge also provides a great spot for remembrance and reflection. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sorry.
All right. Now we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 25. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again, when your time has ended, we will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raised hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on this item, come on up. Come on up.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Nick Spiel, here on behalf of the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition. We're deeply saddened by the passing of Giada this summer, and grateful for the opportunity here to recognize her life and what it means to this community with this memorial. We're also grateful for the infrastructure that we see here on this bridge, closing a connection, closing a critical gap, and providing more safety for people in our community. I was disappointed by some of the conversation here at the meeting so far. I hope that sometimes things don't need to be so complicated. I think I just wanted to come up here and demonstrate this has widespread community support, and we can move forward and have nice things for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is David Reichel. I'm the current president of the Myers Community Foundation, and I would also like to offer our support for the mural. It would be a meaningful thing for our community, and we are very, we are willing to support it and pay for it, and we'd like to see this go forward. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on this? Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Olive, and thank you so much for having us here. As you know, we are hoping to get the bridge at the Paradise Park to be named after Jada. Jada is one of my very best friends, and she was one of the most wonderful, determined, adventurous girls I've ever known. For me and Jada, when the bridge was first built, it was a way to connect on another level. There was a lot of times when we wanted to get together, but we didn't have a way to get to each other. When the bridge was built, everything changed. We could make memories nonstop. It went from meeting at the farmer's market every Wednesday to going to meet each other even when the roads are closed. Oh, for me and Jada, the bridge is a way that we could always get to each other no matter what. This past summer, we planned on riding our bikes to the bridge to hang out every single day, and I was heartbroken because it felt like that plan had been lost. But then the bridge became a place to remember Jada. It felt like I was meeting her every day in a whole new way. The view of the bridge is breathtaking, and it always reminds me and everyone of Jada. For Jada, the bridge was a symbol of freedom because she could get anywhere she wanted on her bike. I know that at least for me, having the bridge as a way to remember her makes it feel like she's still here in a way at that bridge. It would also make such a great addition to the town for the bikers that cross it to raise awareness for them. And knowing Jada, she never fully wanted to leave this world, and having the bridge to remember her would be a great way for her to live on. Thank you so much for the consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
Good morning. Gavin Feiger, live in South Lake Tahoe here. I bike around most places. The bridge has been transformative. I have my kid on the back of the bike now. It was a hard summer. It's a difficult thing. I understand the conversation you guys are having. I worry that Jada's friends and her family and supporters that are here may not understand the conversation you're having. Recommend, as you vote or before you vote, kind of explain maybe clearly what's going on and the reason that this may be a hard decision for you guys to make today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Rocco DeFranco, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my friend Jada Lancelotti. Jada was taken from us while riding her bike, and her loss has left a hole in the hearts of so many people in our community. I know many of you may not know her, but she was the kindest, funniest, most caring, and best adventure partner a friend could ask for. The bridge I'm asking you to name was part of Jada's everyday routine and carried her to her friends, her community, and the life she lived with joy. That is why I'm asking you to name the bridge after my friend. Giving it her name is not just about remembering her, it's about honoring the impact she had on the people around her and giving all of us a place where we can connect with Jada and remember her together. I also want to ask for your approval to allow a mural to be painted on the bridge. I think having a mural there would not only honor her, but also bring something beautiful to our community. A mural would bring beauty to the bridge when flowers die out. It would give us a space that reflects Jada's spirit and creativity, and it'd be something the community could be proud of every time they cross. I know there is no official policy yet for naming bridges, but sometimes leadership means taking action when the community is asking for it. This bridge has no name today. Naming it for Jada and allowing us to create a mural in her honor would give it meaning and give us all a way to carry her memory forward. Please do not delay. This is something that can be done now, and it would show that you value the voices of your community and the memory of Jada, whose life truly mattered. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Hi, my name's Zoe Zachary, and I'm here today because one of my best friends, Jada Lancelotti, recently passed away. after being hit by a car while riding her bike. Jada wasn't just my best friend, but she was also an important part of our whole community. She loved being outside, going to the lake, and biking everywhere. One place she especially loved was the bridge we're talking about naming. She crashed it all the time, and it meant something to her. Jada met her friends there too. Many people still do today. That's why I believe it should be named after her. Naming the bridge after Jada would be more than just a sign. It would be a reminder to everyone in our community of her life and the joy she brought to so many people. It would also show the county that the county listens and cares when something tragic like this happens. It would be a place where people could visit to remember her and be inspired by her energy and love for life.
My name is Lucy Jack, and we're also working on a mural to honor Jada. It's not just a painting, it's a way for us to celebrate her beauty, her kindness, and the happiness she brought to everyone. Letting us put this mural would show even in sadness, we can create something meaningful and beautiful together. Thank you for listening and for considering this. We just want to keep Jada's memory alive and make sure her story helps bring the community closer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Tyler Jack, and I'm speaking in the capacity of a friend of the Lancelottis, a parent, and also a third-generation local here for the city of South Lake Tahoe. I want to encourage you guys. First of all, I appreciate you taking the time to sit here and listen to something that obviously is something that's important to this group of people behind me. It's important to the parents of Jada. It's important to the friends. It's important to the family members. This bridge has become so much more than a meeting point. It's become so much more than a bridge itself. It has meaning that is unfathomable to any of us, and it always will. It doesn't matter what's painted there. It doesn't matter what's collected there. This bridge has become something that will never be the same. With that, I encourage you guys to look at it that way. It's so easy to put policy to things. It's so easy to make things overly complicated. If you want to talk about complicated, wake up and be one child short. That's complicated. There's no policy to that, right? You wake up on a Tuesday, you have 3 kids. You wake up on Wednesday, you have 2. There's no policy for that. That's complicated. This isn't complicated. There's no policy needed for this. I've lived here 42 years, my whole life. I can count on one hand impactful fatalities that have happened. I've been 20 years with the fire department. I know about tragedy all too well, and it's something that we have been fortunate as locals here that it hasn't impacted us all that often, right? It's happened this many times. But buildings that are closed down, graffiti, eyesores of the community, that's this many times. It's all over the place, right? This is a chance to make something beautiful and to have a lasting memory of a tragedy that we all collectively cannot fathom. Only the parents behind us can. Don't make this complicated. You have an opportunity to say yes to something that's going to be impactful for the people behind me. Just say yes. It doesn't need to be a big thing. We have plenty of artwork to go over down the road.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. If more people want to speak, please come on up and stand in line. Is there any more? Would you like to speak? Come on up.
I just want to concur. My name is Laura Waters, and I want to concur with the gentleman and everybody else has said that the need for this mural is very important to many of us, especially the kids. There's probably 500 plus at the memorial, and this, yes, would give us a win. We had a great loss, and I just really want you to not give this more time. So yes, we can always revisit the rules, but please consider this community and our love and our loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, please. Kara?
Now taking public comment from 390.
Hi, Ken Greenwood here, part-time resident up in the Tahoe Basin. Yeah, I gotta go with Tyler on this, you know. Getting wrapped up in all the policy issues is probably necessary, as county council would suggest or whatever. But part of my concern is not with this, but with these e-bikes. And sadly, I was down in Sacramento along the American River Parkway yesterday, and there was an e-bike incident that required immediate medical attention, fire trucks, ambulance, the whole thing. I don't know any injuries, but just watching people go fly by on these things. The public safety issue here is sadly, you know, got brought right to the forefront with this situation. It scares me that so many people are out there on these, you know, La Bambas. They go real fast. You know, I mean, it's just, there's a public safety issue here that sadly is, in the long term, needs to get dealt with. Anyway, I can't imagine the sadness in their home. Bless you all, and bless the little girl. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no more public comment.
All right, so we're bringing back to the board for any comments or questions at this time.
Question.
Yeah.
Dave, if this was approved, and we find that down the road we have, you know, many more requests coming in, what would be the ramifications? Could we create a policy at that point, halt it, you know, halt any future dedications like this and create a policy then, or legally, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, I suppose that is an option, though I think that the more prudent course, if the board was, I'd look to perhaps the first two alternatives that Supervisor Lane presented. I think they perhaps strike the right balance between acknowledging the request. I think each of them involve, or the first one involves conceptual approval of the request with some direction to staff to then work on that policy. That one, or the second alternative, which I think would defer even conceptual approval of the item until such time as the policy is developed. I think those work, though obviously with the timing components are a little bit different. But I think what you're suggesting, essentially take a wait and see approach with respect to a policy, is certainly an option, though I'd argue that it's maybe not the most prudent one, and not simply because of this request that's in front of you, but this is one of others that are already in the works that I think that some type of public art policy is probably overdue for El Dorado County, or some policy addressing the naming of facilities in addition to county buildings, which you do have a policy regarding. So I might suggest that it's warranted to move forward. I'll leave it to you as to the relative timing of that activity as it relates to the conceptual approval that's being proposed today. But I do think that if the board's willing to move down this path, I think at least exploring the benefits associated with some type of policy on this would be valuable.
Any other questions?
I want to hear from Supervisor Lane.
Okay.
I think that we can be cognizant of our larger responsibilities as board members and on behalf of the whole county. But I think maybe that there's a win-win here to help the Lancelotti family and Jada's friends move forward. And my suggestion would be, we're talking about the underpinnings of a bridge here for the mural. And I would like to suggest to my colleagues that we approve that today and that we direct staff to come back with a policy on naming the bridges and future public art, period. My only other comment to that would be, in Tahoe, we have lots of murals. This is something that our community is very proud of, and this would demonstrate great support and honor Jada. And I think that we can do that today. I don't think any policy we're going to bring back will preclude the doing the art. So I think we move that piece and we come back with a policy on naming of bridges and future public art on county property. That would be my
Is
suggestion.
that a motion?
Well, yeah,
I'll
that
second
can be a
that.
motion.
Okay, all right.
County council, that works fine to bifurcate it like that? Should be okay?
Yeah, I believe there likely still would be some follow-up actions pertaining to the placement of even this particular piece of art. As I noted, I think we would want to enter into some type of agreement with the artist concerning the maintenance and some of those other rights that I recognized. So I think there would be a future decision point from the board on that. And I presume that the approval that you're offering, there's still going to have to be some coordination with county staff on some of the finer details of the proposal, which I don't think have been fully fleshed out.
That is correct. Yes, thank you, Dave. I was going to say that.
So I mean, maybe it's just a matter of semantics as to whether it's a conceptual approval or something more than that. But regardless of how you characterize it, I just think it's important to acknowledge there's additional steps that we'll have to engage in to kind of formalize the arrangement.
Yes.
Understood.
Do those arrangements have to come back to the board, or are they?
Well, if there's going to be an agreement concerning the kind of the placement and maintenance of the art, there's been no delegated staff authority to do that because it's not the type of agreement that we frequently, if ever, enter into. So that would be something that would come back to the board for approval.
There's the maintenance, the specifications of the paint, the adhesion, in perpetuity. All those aspects have not been agreed to yet. So even if there was conceptual approval for the mural, there still has to be work with staff and the artist to make sure that they are going to adhere to our specifications. So at some point, we are going to have to still work through some kind of specifications or policy in order to get to that point.
So I think my motion would be that the board conceptually approve the mural and and direct staff to draft a policy regarding the naming of bridges and the use of public art in the future to be returned to the board for adoption.
Okay, all right. And Greg, did you
Yeah, I'll
second that?
Yep.
All right.
Supervisor Lane, I'm sorry, just for clarity, I think you noted the mural, but I know there was also a request for a placement of a plaque. Is it your
Right, so I
intent to include that?
bifurcated it.
Okay, I just wanted to
That'll
make
be
sure that
included
was
in the
clear.
policy.
Okay, thank
That'll
you.
come back in the naming of bridges.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. All right.
Do you want to break for lunch?
You want to break for lunch now? Okay.
Working lunch, maybe. I would suggest get some food, bring it back to the DS so we can keep moving and stay on our timeline.
Okay,
Yeah, okay.
we can do that.
All right,
So
we can
we'll
do
be
that.
back in like 10 minutes? 10 minutes.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good. Are we ready? You guys all right? You can't speak? Okay, because you got mouth, so, all right. So, all right, welcome back, El Dorado County, after our break for lunch. A lot of the board members are still eating up here, so. Anyway, so let's move to item 26, DOT snow removal update.
Item 26.
Come on up, Brian.
Item 26 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board receive and file a presentation on snow removal operations.
Good morning. Good afternoon, board.
Yeah.
Brian Mullins, Deputy Director of Maintenance, here to go over a snow removal update for the upcoming winter season 25-26. Which way to point this? There we Snow removal in the basin. As you can see, for our Department of Transportation up here in Myers, it requires 12 staff members for the day shift and 11 staff members for the night shift to run full snow removal operations. With that, there's 3 in the Tahoma area. In South Lake Tahoe, there are 18 full-time highway maintenance worker allocations. Of those 18 positions, 3, again, are sent to West Shore, leaving 15 positions in the South Shore area. That's where we need the extra snow removal workers to be able to run the full shifts, day and night shift on the south side of the lake. West Shore, Tahoma only runs a day shift. They run about a 12 to 14-hour shift, but we do not have a night shift in the Tahoma area. They haven't had one since the mid-90s. Each year, transportation requests 10 extra help snow removal workers. And with that, we've been unable to, we average 6 to 8, I believe, is about the running average for the extra help. It's been well over a decade since we've been fully staffed with at least 10 extra help snow removal workers. Our goal in plowing each road is to get within, to cover every road within 24 hours. Obviously, that is going to change depending on the depth of snow, whether it's a 6-inch storm or it's a 4-foot storm. Obviously, with the greater amount of snow, really will slow operations down. But, you know, the goal is still to cover each area within a 24-hour period, assuming that we're fully staffed. This update on equipment and supplies. As some of you may know, our first LaRue mountain blower came in, I believe, last month, and we're anticipating the second blower to arrive sometime early spring. They're coming out of Canada, and this was passed by the Measure S committee. We have 2 replacement graders with new plows and gates. Have been ordered and estimated to arrive in early spring, late winter. We're going to continue with the rental loader program for both plowing and blowing of snow. We've also 2 replacement sanders and 2 replacement plows will come to the board, I believe, October 21st for approval. I don't have an estimated date on when that equipment will arrive. Hopefully sometime between then and the end of this year. You can see the $481,000 budgeted for sand, salt, beet juice, chains, cutting edges, snow poles. Good news this year is we will be able to get salt out of Nevada. The last 2 years, the closest salt available has been out of Utah. So the trucking costs have been extremely high, but this year we've been advised that we will be able to purchase out of Nevada, so that should be a savings there. Sorry about that. Also, snow poles, we have purchased between last year and what's coming in this year is approximately 4,500 new Carsonite snow poles. That's the same snow poles that Caltrans uses. We've installed approximately 1,000 of those already throughout the basin, and anticipating installing the 3,500 more through this winter season. Also to note, we have 2 new fuel tanks that are coming in. Currently, we have 2 underground fuel tanks at Shikori. One of them has been condemned and is no longer in use. We do have a supplemental above-ground tank that's being used, so we have no concerns about fuel. But there are two 10,000-gallon tanks that should arrive and be placed on the new slab that will be poured on Thursday at Shikori, and those will be up and operational sometime next year. We have a bunch of underground work, removal of the tanks, and installing the new system. But we're covered for this year, and we should have enhanced fuel capacities going into next winter season. And with that, I'm going to turn over the next couple slides to HR Director.
Board, Joey Carrasco, HR Director. Yeah, I'd just like to give you an update on what my department's doing and how that kind of intertwines with Raphael's shop. So this year, there was $337,000 set aside for 10 extra help positions, and as Brian mentioned, it's a challenge every year to fill those 10 positions. We're making some progress. I'll go into that in just a second. One of the things we're doing is offering a cash incentive of $6,000, divided up by pay period is $230 to incentivize folks to apply for this seasonal work. My folks posted the recruitment on June 27th, and it's still open. We're receiving applications daily. We did a really broad advertising to get as many people to apply as possible. DOT posted flyers. They put magnets on their vehicles. My folks, I feel I want to give them a shout out. They're really going above and beyond, I think, to get these positions filled, knowing how important it is to the board, particularly to Supervisor Lane in this area up here. My folks have been reaching out to folks from prior recruitments to try to get them to apply. I've talked to HR personnel in South Lake Tahoe, Truckee, and others to see if we can collaborate to, because there's no doubt they're going through the same thing we are. We can't necessarily have one centralized application process for the different agencies. However, at least with the city of South Lake Tahoe, they did agree to send us their applicants who, because typically they get their positions filled and they have too many people that applied that are qualified, so they're going to send those folks our way to try to fill some spots. So we've been sending our the qualified applicants over to DOT. Big thanks to Raphael's department. They're going through the interview process with these folks, I think every other week. Really trying hard to get these positions filled, and we're pushing them through as quickly as we can. So far, 18 candidates have met the qualifications, 17 have been interviewed, and actually, an update, 6 are in the hiring process, and you'll see that 2 withdrew because they found full-time work. and one applicant is cleared and is planning to start in November. So we're making progress. Hopefully those 6 that are in the process come through in time. Go to the next slide. Whoops. With regard to the equipment mechanic, we're looking to hire one. There's one vacancy now that we're working on with transportation, also offering the $6,000 hiring incentive. That's a permanent position. It's been deemed hard to fill. So we're sending folks over to transportation to be interviewed. Hopefully they can fill that soon. And then lastly, the highway maintenance worker staff in South Lake Tahoe. There's currently 3 vacancies. There's one that's going through the process now, so hopefully that's 2 very soon. We're focusing on folks with a Class A or B license, and part of the reason for that is because the highway maintenance workers can also, in the event of storms, they can also perform snow removal duties, so an extra buffer to help with that. So that's also a hard-to-fill position with the $6,000 hiring incentive, and I think that's really helped. It seems like since we started using that available incentive, we've been getting more qualified applicants. But that's it for my piece of this, and I'll turn it back over to Brian.
Thanks, Joey. Big shout out to both HR and maintenance and operations staff. Filling these positions is takes a lot of time, and I appreciate everything that everyone's doing. It's a big help. Update you on the snow removal parking ordinance. The Traffic Advisory Committee met on August 14th to discuss a change in the snow removal parking ordinance. Currently in Placer County and in West Shore, there's no parking on roadways and shoulders between November 1st to May 1st. On the South Shore, parking ordinance is language states that when snow removal conditions exist. There was a very productive discussion with CHP, County Council, and El Dorado County Sheriff's Department and internal traffic. It's very good discussion, very positively received, very strong support from law enforcement. It really clears up what snow removal conditions mean to individuals. This makes it very clear. It's very successful in Tahoma and in Placer County. And we would like to bring that same language over to the south side of the lake. We have several items will be coming to the board between, I believe, now and the end of the year for approval of the change in the ordinance and the approval of the signage. So the new one's going to just simply say no parking on roadways or shoulders. It's not going to discuss right away or when snow removal conditions exist. So I think it's going to take a little bit time to roll out the new signs, but we're moving in the right direction, and I think that will be very helpful so that, when we're plowing in a subdivision and there's cars parked in the right of way, their interpretation of when snow removal conditions exist are different from ours. This should clear all that up and be very straightforward, and should hopefully have very little impediment from the parked cars, and we can get out and do our business. Resources available to the public. We do have we plow by zones up here. There's 10 zones in the basin, and that includes the upper Echo Summit area. Transportation posts on their website, and that's also posted on the county website. And then we have daily updates on where we're at with snow removal. If there's an area that we haven't got to, that will be posted, information on when we're coming or how soon you can expect us to get to that area that hasn't been completed. Social media, post, lots of reminders throughout the season on the parking and things that pertain to our snow removal operations. Staff is always available to answer any questions via the telephone or emails that may come in during the season. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you may have.
Okay, bring it back to board. Any questions from anybody here? Anything?
Good job and pray for snow, right?
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You guys
It's
have
coming.
separate TAC for East Slope versus, or Basin versus West Slope, or is it all just one?
No, we do when we have traffic items pending in the Lake Tahoe area, then we have a separate South Lake Tahoe TAC meeting, and then West Slope is different.
I got a question for Joey. I know that I was on Employee Orientation Day last week, and there was 2 people that, that applied for that position for the snow removal. How many are we still lacking?
Extra help, I think we have 6 going through the background process, 1 scheduled to start, so we need probably at least 3 more, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That gives me an idea. All right.
Yeah, what are the requirements for that? You might have covered it, I missed it, but what are the requirements for extra help snow removal? And is there maybe something you can send to us that we could
The extra help
promote
is going
for
to be
you?
very, very similar to our highway maintenance workers. They must possess a Class B or Class A because of the equipment that we're operating on public roadways.
Yeah, if you could send us to our email,
flyer
our
employments.
newsletters and stuff, something, we could post it.
Sure.
And maybe that'll help.
Be more than happy to
social
do
media.
that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. Anything else?
Very good.
All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Come on up.
Now taking public comment.
Thank you. Scott Loberg,
Oh,
South
I'm
Lake
sorry.
Tahoe.
I need to say the.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Now taking public comment on item 26. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Sorry, South Lake Tahoe. The city does it differently. Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe. Just a couple things. Antioch just spent $70 million on a desalinization plant down there in the Delta, and it's less costly than it is on the coast, and a byproduct is salt. And I'm sure you'd be able to get salt in Antioch a lot cheaper than you can get it in Utah, perhaps even cheaper than in Nevada. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Janet McDougall, longtime resident and chairperson of the Measure S Citizens Oversight Committee. This is my day to offer kudos and thanks to your staff. The DOT staff has really worked very diligently with our committee. Having been on both sides of the fence, sometimes working with citizens committees can be challenging. They have risen to the occasion beautifully. They offer us great information, and they've gone above and beyond in terms of working with us in a very collaborative way. So I just want to share that with you. And I also want to say that they've demonstrated something that I put a lot of value on, which is thinking outside the box and looking for some creative solutions to problems, because obviously they're having to stretch dollars like all of you, but they've really done a great job of trying to address the challenges that they're faced with every day and come up with some good ways to do the very best they can with the few dollars they're allocated. So thank you to the staff. And thank you to the personnel folks who are trying to fill these positions, because it's important that we have a full complement so that you get less snow removal complaints. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shannon Starr, OE3. I know you're not surprised to see me up here. A year ago, I attended a meeting up here held by Supervisor Lane and DOT Director Martinez. And one of the things that I heard them say to the public at that meeting was, we can't get the staff we need for the snowplows because we don't pay enough. You know what hasn't changed since that meeting? The pay of the snowplow drivers. I said it last week and I'm going to bring it up again. The amount of money for Top Step that went to 7 positions that are not peace officers or are elected officials that were tied to the 504 would have funded, over that same 2-year period, 24 and 25, the amount of money in that 11.4% raise for that Top Step would have funded 39 highway maintenance worker at Top Step for what OE3 was asking for over those 2 years. The county needs to focus on its employees and making sure they have affordable, livable wages so that you can recruit good employees to work and operate these snowplows. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. Okay, let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kara.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, Board, Karen Greenwood. The ditto with the last speaker. Our priorities are all wrong with respect to getting people to think about getting things done, and that would be the management. And then there's the people that actually get things done, and that's where we should focus our efforts. Anyway, one of the things I've noted is I believe there are blowers mounted on loaders. And you get that short little wheelbase loader there with a blower in the front and a motor on the back to drive the blower on the front. And they tend to bounce around and create like little waves in the roads when they're doing the snow blowing, following the plowing. It just seems that, and didn't we buy 5 or 6 trucks? And my question, it was last year, or within the last year, my question was, are these could they be outfitted with plows? Could they be plow trucks, which do a much better job than the loader design devices to move the snow around? So I'm still wondering, are we, and the answer that I got out of when we were buying those trucks is no, they can't be fitted with plows. I guess I have to come back and say, well, why not? Why not get full use out of these vehicles? But the good news is I've noted that the snow removal has gotten better, it seems. And of course, there was the nightmare of 2022, 23. But again, I think these trucks, we should buy vehicles that have more than one use. Thank you. Oh, and pay our people a fair wage.
Thank you, Ken.
There is no more public comment.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Any other final comments or questions?
I just want to make a couple brief comments. Number one, thank you to Janet McDougall for being here today and for chairing the Measure S committee that oversees the 4% of TOT funds that are dedicated to the basin, in addition to what the county has always provided the basin. Those additional funds have allowed us to replace some very, very, very old equipment, some from the 70s, So we have 2 new blowers and we will have 2 new graders. And now the community is also beginning to shift their attention a little bit, saying, remember, the Measure S funds weren't supposed to just be for snow removal, and they do want to see an increase in road maintenance. And I know that that's something that the Department of Transportation staff is keenly aware of, as well as the Measure S committee. So I hope to see those kind of improvements coming up. I want to thank Human Resources for the work that you did last year to really make a difference and then we had a fairly light winter. So Mother Nature and Human Resources work very well together. Perhaps you could continue that this year. But I am seeing the focus. I saw it early on. I started getting emails from Human Resources over the summer saying, we're on it, we're recruiting. We are about $1.50 shy of what the city offers. When you look at our complete package, and I think Joey has presented this information, just want to remind people that when you look at our incentive plus our benefits packages, we're not that far away. I think the other thing that we need to exploit a little bit is our culture. And, you know, I think that's where we can compete. Some of these differences are very minor. But, you know, come work for the county. We're a big family. We take care of each other. Yes, pay will always be something that everybody wants more of all the time. But we care about each other, and there's good teamwork. And I think that's something that we can exploit that separate us from some of the other agencies. We're inundated in the basin. The Department of Transportation is right next to Caltrans. And then, of course, we abut the city. So we've got competing agencies here. And so that's something I think that we could maybe dig into a little bit. But I just want to thank everybody for really putting a high priority on this matter and trying to staff us up. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Okay. Well, anyway, Brian, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Joey? Appreciate it. And thank you for all your hard work. I really appreciate everything you guys do. Okay. So let's go ahead and move to item number 24.
Item 24 comes from Supervisor Lang, recommending the board consider supporting an ordinance on polystyrene, plastic food packaging, and single-use water bottles in the unincorporated portion of the Tahoe Basin to create unified regulations with the city of South Lake Tahoe and provide direction to staff to develop the ordinance.
Thank you, Chair.
Go
Can I
ahead. I'm
jump
going to
in?
let you
Okay,
jump
thank you.
right in. It's your item.
If we can go ahead and pull up the PowerPoint. And I promise to move quickly through this item. So far, we're doing great on time, and I think we'll be on time to take public forum at 1. So we'll get moving here. I'll say a couple things now because the first slide covers my general comments. You know, plastic pollution is one of the most pervasive threats facing Lake Tahoe today, and local action is essential to address it. John D. Marchini, who's locally very well known and respected, oversees the recycling efforts on behalf of South Tahoe Refuse here in the basin. He told me 20 years ago that until we begin to regulate how products are delivered, nothing will change, meaning the abundance of the use of plastics would continue and likely expand. Not all plastics are recyclable. And some of those plastics that are not recyclable because there really isn't a demand for them, they have the recycling logo on them. So the use of plastics by manufacturers is polluting not only our world and our water supply, but it also requires a high level of knowledge by the consumer to try to determine what is and what is not recyclable. That effort is now being rightly shifted to the manufacturers. You can go to the next slide, thank you. Lake Tahoe is world-renowned for its clarity, yet a 2023 nature study found Tahoe had the third highest concentration of plastic particles among 38 natural lakes and reservoirs worldwide. This is a higher level even than the surface waters of the ocean gyres where plastic pollution accumulates. Researchers from UC Davis have found plastic in every sand and water sample taken around the lake. Over 10 years ago, the city of South Lake Tahoe, next slide please, banned local grocery stores from bagging groceries in plastic bags below a certain thickness. How did the plastic bag manufacturers respond? They made the bags thicker. That was not necessarily our intended outcome. The city has been a leader in this space and has since regulated and banned polystyrene, otherwise known as styrofoam, and the automatic distribution of plastic foodware by requiring the guests to have to request plastic utensils. Other food service ware banned include plastic cups, bowls, clamshells, plates, cup lids, etc. In 2024, the city banned single-use plastic water bottles under 1 gallon from being sold in the city. The result, manufacturers have turned to more environmentally friendly packaging, such as, and I have some examples here before me, glass, here on the far left, aluminum, which, as you know, is used quite commonly for beer beverages and carbonated beverages, refillable water bottles. This is an example of Take Care's program, Drink Tahoe Tap. And this is just a bottle that's sold in the grocery store, and it's filled with water now, but because it has a cap on top, you could continue to reuse it over and over. And then, of course, we have aluminum bottles with also a plastic top, or excuse me, a top that you can reaffix to the bottle if you haven't finished your beverage and take it with you. But the container itself is aluminum. Upon enactment of their ordinance, the city garnered 80% compliance right out of the gate. The remaining 20% were educated, thank you to the efforts of the League to Save Lake Tahoe, and the new regulations and compliance were quickly achieved. Tahoe tap water is world-renowned for its purity and safer than bottled water, which has been shown to contain at least 200% more in microplastics. Tourists and residents alike are increasingly encouraged to embrace these sustainable practices. Next slide, please. The state has adopted legislation to force manufacturers to reduce non-recyclable material by 70% in the year 2032. Unfortunately, the governor has since paused that implementation. This is why it's super important for local governments with skin in the game to begin to implement regional policies like the one that we are proposing today. Placer County is introducing similar legislation to marry up with what the town of Truckee has already implemented within the Tahoe Basin. Also, the state of Nevada, including both Washoe County and Douglas County within the basin, are also looking toward similar legislation. So ultimately, the goal is to have the basin-wide regulations that are uniform throughout the basin and represent the shared goals and values of 2 states, 5 counties, and 1 incorporated city. I'm asking the board to direct environmental management staff to begin to work with me to craft an ordinance pertaining to the unincorporated portion of El Dorado County within the basin, to mirror the city of South Lake Tahoe's policies on polystyrene, plastic food packaging, and single-use plastic water bottles. Jeff Warren, director of our Environment Management Department, is participating online if the board has any specific questions regarding his department's possible role. I respectfully request your support of this item, and I yield back to the chair.
Any comments or questions from you? Anybody here?
Yeah, I'll chime in. A couple different things. So process-wise, county council, because to do an ordinance, there's steps involved, and my recollection is the next thing would be a resolution of intention. Is that the next thing, or do we not have to do that, or how does this work?
Yeah, so I think you're thinking of the process to amend the zoning code that
Okay.
does specifically require initiation of that process via resolution of intent. More generally, county policy for adoption or amendment of ordinances require that the item first come before the board for some form of conceptual approval before staff devotes significant time to drafting the item. I think it's policy A3, right, Sue? Okay. Although this item didn't specifically reference that, this would constitute that conceptual approval, again, being the first step to allow staff to start utilizing resources in support of the item.
Okay, so then the next thing then would be to bring some kind of a draft to the board then?
Yeah, so I think that, I would defer to Supervisor Lane on her preferences for that, but at a bare minimum, I would expect there to be some staff work with Supervisor Lane following this item if the board does choose to move forward. Then the next thing you would likely see would be, unless again Supervisor Lane chooses to do something different, the next thing you'd likely see would be the introduction and first reading of a new ordinance.
Okay, that makes sense, and thank you for that. And then I just want to make it clear though, because when you and I talked, I for some reason thought it was only water bottles, but this goes beyond that to polystyrene and plastic food packaging and all that kind of stuff. Is that what the cities is currently?
Well, the state of California has banned plastic bags, so that's kind of a overarching thing that the state has since done. With regards to styrofoam or polystyrene,
right?
We have banned that in the basin for a long time. As a matter of fact, do you remember back in the early 2000s when McDonald's, if you bought like a Big Mac, it would come in a styrofoam container? Right. That was the very first time the city really got involved in saying this is not good for our environment. So we banned it for a long time. Another product that is common in the basin that's very dangerous to the lake is polystyrene. Again, styrofoam, as it's better known, is used in buoys, right? Because it floats, it's very light. And so what happens though, we get these crazy storms, you get buoys slamming up against piers or get it washing up on the shore, and they start to break apart. And then we have a big mess on our hands. So we've wanted to ban the use of styrofoam in the basin for a very long time. And that has been done in the city. So we would just simply be mirroring up to them.
Okay, that's kind of what I was. So you basically are just trying to mirror what the city has.
That's all we're trying to do.
That is very helpful. Yes. Thank you for that. And then, and you alluded to it, and I'm a huge supporter of SB 54, which was passed in 2022 by Senator Allen to do this statewide. And to your point, and I think it's been really largely disappointing that the governor won't help get it enforced and going. So I still have it on my to-do list to reach out to Mr. Martini, because I think that his passion would be really helpful to me on the environmental services JPA that I'm on. So he's on my to-do list. I will call him. But yeah, I think the more that we can get that legislation statewide, because if California can put some pressure on manufacturers to get more creative. I mean, how hard is it to just switch your packaging? It's not that big a deal to make them do that. If California leads the way, the rest of the country will follow, because the manufacturer is not going to want to make different packaging for different places. So I think this is a neat idea, and I just want to let you know I'm really happy that you kept it to just the basin for now.
For now, yes. We hope to grow on the West Slope at some point, but for today, this makes sense. And it makes sense also that we're looking at a basin-wide effort, like not just El Dorado County mirroring up to the city, but also Placer County within the basin, Washoe County within the basin. The tourists don't know where they are.
Yeah.
Half the time, we don't know where the boundaries are. I mean, when they banned vacation rentals in the city, I had a lot of county people calling me going, am I in the city or am I in the county? So, this makes sense for us, and I appreciate your support, Supervisor Parlin.
I got a question. Do we have any ban on glass bottles on the beaches?
Yes, yeah.
We do
no
have
glass
a ban.
is allowed
No
on the
glass
beaches.
is allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
I
at the
was wondering.
rivers,
I was just curious about it. I know at Sand Mountain and stuff, like you got caught with a glass bottle, it's a $500 fine.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
But this specifically is, you're not talking about illegally to possess a bottle of water. It's, you can't sell it in the basin.
Correct.
Okay.
That is what the city has. The truckies regulations differ a little bit from the cities in that they also do not allow the distribution of. But nobody's ordinance affects,
You can walk around on the street with a bottle of this. Okay.
Right. Right, but just this, just not selling it in the basin has had a dramatic effect. So we do know that this is working, but there are no plastic police at the top of the summit, nor are there people walking around trying to bust people for what they might be sipping out of.
Yeah.
I think it'd be
I
a good
evaded
idea
them this
to maybe
morning.
get a presentation by, El Dorado Disposal or whoever to talk about, exactly what can be recycled and what can't be.
Okay.
When you bring this forward.
Okay.
And then just my personal preference, the single-use cans of water, like a beer can, I would rather have something that twists off. I just think, I don't like the single-use ones. Like, I like that.
Yeah.
But I don't like the other one.
That's what I got too.
Because if I have a bottle of water, I just think it's going to lead to, if we're going to do this, we're going down this road, it's going to lead to more waste because most people drink half a bottle of water, put the top back on, throw it in your car.
And I've
move
never
on.
heard anybody say that about beer
I did
before.
it. No, but I can't take a beer in the
Yeah.
car with me.
Well, that's true.
No.
No,
I
no.
don't.
Yeah. He's the law enforcement.
I know.
guy. I'm
Just being
sitting
funny,
here.
okay?
So any more comments from the board right now? Let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Kara?
Now taking public comment on item 24. We are now, sorry. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time is ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Hello, Board of Supervisors, and thank you for being here today, and thank you, Brooke Lane, for your presentation and leadership. My name is Marilee Movius. I'm the Sustainable Recreation Manager at the League to Save Lake Tahoe, better known by our slogan, Keep Tahoe Blue. I'm also here with my colleague, Gavin Feiger, our Policy Director, who gave written comment. We're very excited for the opportunity to support a potential ordinance regarding single-use plastic limitation in the Tahoe Basin limits. Since 1957, the League to Save Lake Tahoe has worked to protect and restore the environmental health, sustainability, and scenic beauty of Lake Tahoe. Plastic pollution has become a huge threat to the lake, and as Brooke mentioned, it breaks down in our environment to small pieces in the sun and has made its way to our cobalt waters. And it is just a more modern threat, and we see plastics more and more in our environment. We do strongly support El Dorado County ordinance to limit the sale and distribution of styrofoam, polystyrene, single-use plastic water bottles, single-use plastic foodware, and disposable items. Our team actually conducted preliminary research going to businesses that would potentially be affected this month. Of those businesses, there's not many that would be affected with this ordinance, but we did see that almost all of them were in support of a plastic water bottle ban and a styrofoam ban. And of those, only 2 were unsure or said no of a water bottle ban, and 1 was unsure of a styrofoam ban, needed more information. In this outreach we conducted with staff, we also asked what products they're using, who their distributors are, and gaining the pulse on if they would be interested in El Dorado County putting forth sustainable measures in the county. And this was also supplied with alternative resource guides that we've created and ways to keep Tahoe blue. Why action is needed? From 2014 to 2025, our Keep Tahoe Blue volunteers have removed over 536,000 single-use plastic items from the environment, including 42,000 polystyrene items, 35 straws and stir items, 11,000 utensils, and 27 plastic bottles. This is awesome that the volunteers are getting out there and removing this, but they're getting really tired of removing these items from the environment, and an ordinance would support their efforts. Also, to make note, plastic is rarely recycled. In our community, in the city limits, it's number 1 and 2 and 5, and if that, and it depends on the market, where aluminum is endlessly recyclable. The Tahoe portion of El Dorado County shares the same environmental vulnerabilities in the community as the city of South Lake Tahoe. Visitors and residents expect consistent stewardship across the jurisdictions. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe. First, they take away the fireplaces. They take away the pull tabs on the sodas. You know, where does this end? I rely on gallon jugs for medical equipment. Are you going to take away the gallon jugs next? I mean, what, the cars, the boats? Where is this going to end? And you speak of the beverage industry and the Marchini family. The Marchini family got $330,000 from the Nevada beverage industry to aid with the transition to the 3 disposal cans, but the aim was to stave off the bans on plastic bottles for sodas. That's what they're aimed for that. And so, you know, their hands are not clean. And you talk about, oh, let's go to plastic, let's go to plastic. These environmental crazies. You know, when you switch to aluminum, do you know what kind of damage aluminum mining does, aluminum processing? It's outrageous. You know, you're just solving one problem with another one. You know, you just put blinders on, oh, this feels good, let's do it. No, you know, when I shop for plastic bottles, I have to go out of the area, out of the county, and sometimes out of the state to get them. And so when I do that, am I buying other things out of there? Yes, and you're losing that revenue too. You know, what kind of nanny state are we living in here where you're going to dictate what we can and can't have? And, you know, the next thing that's coming is this attachment from the ring around the bottle to the lid, because somebody decides that, oh, we can't have the lid come off because it's going to end up somewhere. You know, maybe we needed more recycling receptacles along the beaches of Lake Tahoe and more trash cans along the beaches of Lake Tahoe and better trash management of emptying those rather than just go and ban things. You know, we've got tourists coming here. Now you're going to take away their, you know, convenience of taking water to the beach. You're going to get them dehydrated. You know, not everybody wants to drink out of aluminum for environmental reasons and also for the taste. You got rid of the glass soda bottles. Now you're getting rid of the plastic bottles. It's ridiculous.
Thank you.
Board members, Tim James, California Grocers Association. Thank you for getting me to the basin midweek, and appreciate you bringing this up, Supervisor Lane. Our industry's been very, very progressive on the environmental front, supporting a lot of regulations actually on our own industry, especially at the state level, to make sure that we're all doing the right thing on this one. Couple points of concern and consideration on this, and I put it in a letter. I'm going to run through some of these a little bit quick. There's been an absolute lack of formal outreach. We've had to inform a number of retailers that this was even an agenda item today and was even being thought about. So whatever outreach there may have been, at least hasn't been effective, and we're hearing a lot of concerns going forward on that. Many of the issues that are being considered under this and have been considered by other jurisdictions, they're actually already covered by state legislation. SB 54 was already mentioned. Separate from my advocacy with CGA, I'm actually a member of the SB 54 advisory board, was put on there by the governor's office. That legislation is absolutely moving forward. There is no pause on it. There is no delay on it. Actually, I think comments are due on the 7th, and they're looking to do final regulations pretty quick here. One of the things that does is it bans the use of polystyrene foam for food service, right? Check. Entire state's already on that one. There's also a number of other pieces of legislation I enumerated in the letter that I think are already hitting a lot of the points you guys have concerns on. When we ban things or try to replace things, we have to think about what is then coming next. And I appreciate the props, and there's some great examples there. But on both of those aluminum cans, those are completely lined with plastic on the inside. Even that glass bottle has some plastic lining on it. So when we think about what are we switching from and to, and what's out there in the marketplace, what we're talking about right now is probably having zero to minimal environmental gain by switching away from those plastic bottles, but at the same time increasing costs, increasing challenges for grocery stores, and I even put in my letter some of those actual numbers of some challenges where grocers are, on a very, very small margin and taking some pretty significant hits because a lot of these products either aren't viable or aren't available. So what we're really asking today is to give some time. I think the slide, or at least in the presentation, had that an ordinance would be back within, I think, like 29 days. I think we all just kind of need to make sure we run through this list, tick off what we're already seeing that has been done for us, and then what's remainder on that list, see what the alternatives are and the positives and negatives there, and make some individual thoughts on that. So offer our partnership as grocers to continue the conversation, but we're really just asking you to not make the commitment today. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Nick Spiel. I'm a resident within the city limits of South Lake Tahoe, where we have already passed a lot of what you see before you today, and I just wanted to say that it's seemed very successful to me. It's been received very positively by the community. A lot of our different businesses are stocking these different alternative products, and I'm seeing less trash on the beach. But it's undermined when there's a handful of businesses just outside of the city limits that can sell these products that are banned within the city. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to have consistency. I like that sort of cooperation between the different counties and the city. And it seems like a sort of common sense move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the boardroom want to speak on this? I don't see anything. Karen, you want to go to Zoom participants, please?
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, Board. It's Ken Greenwood here, speaking from the Triple Junction. Plastic bottles on the beach. What a surprise. I believe Douglas County was not mentioned in a cooperating agency. So that means you can go over to the Safeway there at Round Hill and pick up a case of whatever and bypass this whole thing, which goes back to, I believe, Scott had to say about revenue going off to other places and such like that. Also, it's interesting, SB 54, the governor is blocking it. Well, that's the new and improved Gavin Newsom running for president, even though he's not running for president, of course. But anyway, yes, it just shows you where the state of California really is coming from. But as the grocers person pointed out, there are several state laws that are already covering the majority of these things. And is the new thicker plastic bags, have they been outlawed? I can't remember. It is a little, what's the word? Confusing here at best. Anyway, are we duplicating efforts here, or are we complementing efforts here? I think we're duplicating and not being complementary to it. I'm not sure. And Supervisor Lane's comment about tourists don't know where they are and citizens don't know where they are. Well, back in the day, there was course called civics, I believe, in 7th grade and again in high school, where we were supposed to learn all these things. And yes, people don't know where the heck they are. I know where I am on that triple junction, though, through the gerrymandering that was done. Anyway, I think this thing needs some more work. Obviously, the grocers were not included in this. So to be consistent, we should be consistent and make sure that the stakeholders are involved with this situation. In 50 years of being on the beaches, yes, the beaches are cleaner, and that's beautiful. The microplastics they're a plague. There is a serious issue here. I get it. And I hope we can come to a meaningful resolution of this. Not sure this is what we got right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good afternoon from the steps of the Placerville Courthouse on lunch break, Kelly Nalavaya, District 1. Boy, I can only think of 2 words on this, and it's called government overreach. Part of the reasons myself and others founded the Patriots of El Dorado County is to really be mindful of government overreach. I think that I'm confused. I heard a speaker, I'm sorry I wasn't able to take notes like I usually do, say that she had run it by all the local businesses and that nobody found a problem and wasn't going to be affected, yet we have a grocers union speaker that says nobody was notified and that it is going to be a problem. And then we've got, of course, the obvious issue, which is people will bring in what they bring in, and then that hurts those local businesses. Also, I think that eventually plastic is making its way out. We're finally realizing that microplastics are bad for us. I wonder if we'll learn that a few years down the road with cellular towers. It's always a progression, but I really encourage you to think carefully, those of you who represent yourself as conservatives. Is this really government outreach or is it not? Thank you.
There's no more public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments or discussions at this time? Any more?
Just a couple things I want to add just from the comments that I've heard. Number one thing that I didn't mention, the gentleman from the grocery group mentioned SB 54 and that it includes styrofoam foodware. But one of the biggest problems we have up here is styrofoam ice chests. They're very cheap. They're less than $10. People buy them. They go to the beach. They consume what they had in them, and they throw those ice chests away. So that is not a product that we want to have here in the basin. The other thing I want to mention is that I personally went and spoke to the management up in the Tahoma market, which happens to be in Tahoma, but also in Placer County. It's just right over the line. And they're fully prepared to and wanting to embrace this. I also spoke directly with the strawberry market, which would be outside of the basin limits, wouldn't necessarily pertain to them, but they're all on board, and they said we've already changed the products that we sell. So this is having a very positive effect. We put it out on our Facebook page, and we heard nothing from the residents, but it's about time, and yes, this is great. We need to continue to do this. So the feedback that I have gotten has been very positive and very supportive and wanting to move forward.
Any comments?
I do want to comment on the date also. I had put on a slide, if you go to the next slide, I had listed that we would want to come back on October 28th. The gentleman representing the grocery stores mentioned that he felt that was aggressive and that we should make sure that we include people like himself and perspectives and knowledge like that. I'm not stuck on that timeline at all. As a matter of fact, we're going to ask, if we get this far, that the ordinance be effective on Earth Day, which next year is April 22nd of 2026. And so there's tons of time to do this right. I always say, I don't want to go fast, I want to do it right. So not stuck on that at all. Just wanted you guys to know that wasn't a concern of mine. What I'm really asking is, can we approve my working with staff to bring something back that you can see and decide if it's something that you can support?
Yeah.
Right now, it's just very conceptual.
Yeah, I support doing that. I think that's a good idea. And then, depending on how this unfolds, you can do more outreach also in the meantime. I know you're good at that, so.
100%. Yeah.
I mean, I fully understand, but at some point, maybe we should just ban people because it's a responsibility thing. So, anyway.
I'll move that.
The styrofoam, I get. It's a mess. It's a hazard. You do see it floating around the lake. The water bottles, I'm having a hard time with that. I'm having a hard time with the county regulating that. I think if the businesses here support it, then the businesses can volunteer to change what they sell and sell aluminum. I don't want this to turn into something like the tobacco ordinance where we're, it sounds great now and has the best intentions, and then come back to find that it's really hurting business and it's not going to have a huge use because people can stop in Folsom at Costco and pick up 10 cases of bottled water and bring it up here.
I think, yeah, and that's.
So I'm having a problem.
I get the consistency thing, but if the state's gonna head down that road, then maybe it's a statewide ban, but we bifurcate it, we're causing the same potential issue. Explore it, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with looking at it, but that's kind of my feelings moving forward.
I think we
I
just.
think if you're waiting for the state, you're gonna be waiting a long time. SB 1383, which we're still learning to implement, was passed in 2016. And there's enough pushback from manufacturers, and the governor, quite honestly, is heavily influenced by the money of the manufacturers. He is not pushing SB 54 the way it was intended. He has softened a lot of it. So I'm just saying, this is just for the basin. It would be for consistency within the basin. The other jurisdictions are on board.
I think the only one so far is the city of South Lake Tahoe, right?
And
No, the city of South Lake Tahoe, the town of Truckee has adopted similar ordinances. Placer County, they consider themselves kind of in the basin, but
understand.
yeah, Placer County is looking to bring this forward to marry up to the town of Truckee in November of this year. So we were, Supervisor Gustafson and myself, we were hoping to kind of try to be able to bring it at the same time, but it didn't quite work out that way. But remember, again, the goal is to have the whole basin with these similar rules. That's the only way that we're going to be able to affect the health of our residents. I mean, the plastic is out of control.
I'm going to ask you a question. So what prevents a person, especially our tourists that come up here to visit the basin, buying their, and filling their ice chests before they get here?
Nothing. Nothing prevents that.
Well,
We
I
have
know
a-
nothing
we have a
prevents it, but you're saying there's an ordinance, so how do you prevent them from taking the water bottles to
We're
the beach and
preventing them
stuff?
from selling water
selling?
bottles,
Okay.
water bottles within the basin. Yeah. Like I said, we're not walking around going,
Right.
yeah,
It's for sale.
The gentleman over here, yeah, we're not doing that. But you can't argue with the fact that, we're the third worst natural lake in the world when it comes to plastic particles in our lake. Our lake is big, and there's a lot of impact on it. 15 million visitors per year.
I think you just said there's the impact number right there. So what are we gonna do about those? 'Cause you're
Well,
never
we're
gonna-
not, a lot of them don't come up in the drive-up market. A lot of them fly in, they buy their groceries here. And the other thing that we're trying to do is really get across that our tap water is probably some of the best in the world. And so use that while you're here. So, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's a step in the right direction.
Well, there's certainly an educational component.
Big-time education component, yeah.
And when did the city implement their ban?
On various times for various products, but the plastic water bottle ban went into effect on Earth Day in 2024.
Okay.
So it's been a year, and no businesses have gone out of business as a result. People are still making money on the products that they sell. I hear people in the grocery store in front of me checking out in line, and they're like, where are the water bottles? And there's a big discussion around why we don't sell plastic water bottles. So I wholeheartedly agree with the education piece, but people come here and maybe we've opened their eyes to think about their use when they go back home. It goes both ways.
All right. Any other questions? So this is not going to be, basically, we're going to take a look at it. We're going to extend it. We're not going to actually vote on something today. We're going to actually explore it before we bring it back, correct?
I think you're being asked to, I think consistent with policy A3, essentially provide approval to Supervisor Lane to work with county staff on the development of the ordinance.
Okay. So that's,
Which will come back to this board for a first and second reading.
all right.
So my motion would be to grant me permission to begin to work with Environmental Management Department and bring back a ban for the basin-only portion of El Dorado County.
I'll second that.
All right, is there any other motions or anything? Okay.
I think the businesses should police themselves, you know, and voluntarily sell what the basin wants, intend, but I'm fine with moving forward and seeing what this ordinance comes up with, specifically styrofoam.
Brian?
Said what I want to say.
Yeah, it's the same thing here. All right, so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0?
I'm a no, sorry.
Okay.
I
Motion
just-
passes,
we got better
motion
issues to
passes
do.
4-0.
4-1.
4-1.
All right. Item number, do you want to do public comment, and then we'll do item number 27?
Yeah, I guess so. We could do, and basically, we've got open forum is what we have.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain. And again, when your time is ended, we will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
All right, so open it up to open forum. Come on up. And you're allowed 3 minutes.
Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe. If you're going to ban the plastics, I think instead of on April 22nd, it should be on April 20th, and you should start by banning all the plastic in the damn dispensaries. There's tons of plastic in there. There's more plastic there than in the grocery store. That's where you ought to start by banning. But the other issue I had was transportation. You know, maybe I'm speaking on deaf ears when you buy your plows in Canada, but I wouldn't give any more money to the city to spend it on Lake Link, because Lake Link comes out of where? Montana.
That's not a county issue.
I know.
Okay.
It's public forum. Public forum. You give money to transportation, right? To the city?
No, we do not.
To the region, right? The buses go on.
No, we do not.
Okay, well.
Not at all. I mean, I wish we did, but we don't.
Well,
So
I was
just
at a meeting
pointing
and
it out.
they're wanting to hit you up for it, I'm telling you. Anyhow, just to give you a heads up that they're gonna be hitting you up for some money for that transportation. And the Lake Link, it comes from Montana. I was behind several of the vehicles. They're all Toyota Siennas. They're smogged for entire 50 states. And they say, oh, well, we're bringing them from our nearest hub, which is in Montana. they're probably paying the wages of Montana, which is $10.50 instead of $16.50. And then right down in Montana is over 800 miles from here. 2.1 miles is a dealership, a Toyota dealership. And why they can't buy them there. It's one thing if you're taking them from your hub, but I was behind brand new Siennas, no license plates, and they're operating in California and Nevada, no smog, or no registration in California, no 20-day, sticker for having been here 20 days. Businesses should not be operating here when they're bringing in vehicles from Montana. We don't need these carpetbaggers in town here. It sounds like a good idea, just like, banning plastic bottles, but like the grocer said, all those are lined with plastic. Thanks.
Anybody else want to speak on open forum? Come on out.
Hello, my name is Nick Spiel, and I just wanted to thank you all supervisors for making the trip up here to Tahoe. I think it demonstrates a commitment to recognizing us as an important part of the county, and so I wanted to thank you for that. I was disappointed and I was sort of feeling a lack of that commitment when you all decided not to, or sort of to withdraw from your previous commitment to fund our transit JPA, Joint Powers Authority. This was a commitment that your body made in the past, and I think is really valuable because we have important transportation problems here in Tahoe, lots of traffic, lots of pollution, and a transit system that could use investment, whether that means within the town of South Lake Tahoe and the kind of surrounding areas. I wanted to applaud Ms. Lane's leadership on the Emerald Bay Shuttle. That's been a real success this summer. And I think there's also more that we could do to get visitors to and from Tahoe with El Dorado Transit and making that regional connectivity. And so my ask is that going forward, please do continue to invest in transportation. I think it's an important area for focus. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak? All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public
Karen.
comment from Zoom participants.
That's okay.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh boy, finally. Open forum, my favorite. Ken Greenwood here from the Triple Junction. Gavin's playground. Anyway, I hate to mention it, but I did not get an answer on Douglas County and their presence or absence from this basin-wide ban. I did not. I heard Washoe, Placer, etc. I know Truckee is in Nevada County and outside the basin. But anyway, as usual, I'm going to mention WTF because I'm wondering what the heck is going on here with our 1 mile notice for these projects. The disaster, the fiasco down in El Dorado Hills Business Park is a complete failure, and that's hopefully why we adjusted and revised our ordinance. But we're still not getting good planning work done, really. Drive around the neighborhood wherever your project is, and just get us, sit on the corner, the street corner, and check the traffic and talk to people, knock on doors. It's just good planning. Anyway, the notes, pardon me for the lack of notes here. Anyway, but the notice on this is really important. Also, the Legistar is still hard to use. They've got some highlights on it now with bright colors, but we still don't know what the item number is on the agenda when we go to Legistar. Please look into it. That's about it for today. I hope you had a good time up in Tahoe. You're going to go out to the new facility there. Wish I was there, but got things to do down here, plus my post-surgery I'm not moving real fast. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Angie Regan.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming up to South Lake Tahoe. My name's Angie Regan, a resident here and a disabled advocate for Peace Love Tahoe, Access Tahoe, and a volunteer for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. With your budget, agenda, votes, actions, and voices, I just urge you to remember our most marginalized and vulnerable neighbors, BIPOC, LGBTQIA+, immigrants, unhoused, poor, disabled, indigenous, people of different faiths and cultures, the elderly, the lonely, and those struggling with mental health or addiction. True community safety and belonging is about making sure everyone has access to food, care, services, healthcare, housing, and connection. September is also Suicide Prevention and Recovery Month, and taking care of our marginalized populations and strengthening our services is how our community will not only survive, but also thrive. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good afternoon. I will echo Mr. Greenwood. Finally, public comment worked great for me today with my break. I am now switching hats a little. I am coming to you as a founding board member for the Patriots of El Dorado County. We are growing. We are thriving. Over almost 100 people joined us in El Dorado Hills for our mixer on Thursday. We have a bike run coming up, and we are getting close to that 100 actual committed paid members. So we are here to work with you. We are so excited. We just put our part 3 of our continuing education. It's not any kind of bias or letter behind the name. We are trying to educate people to do like we're doing each week and get involved with our Board of Supervisors. This week's part 3 was on committees and commissions, and I learned a lot myself. So I hope people will go to Patriots of El Dorado County's YouTube channel, take the time, learn about our county, get involved so the rest of us don't have to work so hard. Lastly, and I'm speaking especially to our 3 people on the board who the conservative parties worked very hard on your campaigns. We are formally asking you to place a resolution on behalf of the citizens of El Dorado County that we do not support Proposition 50, a no on 50. El Dorado County risks extreme political chaos if this unconstitutional effort to gerrymander our borders and our rights to have representation as designed. So again, would love to work with one of you, or the 2 of you get together, or the 3 of you get together. We are encouraging El Dorado County to formally resolve no on Proposition 50. Get out and vote on November 4th. Thanks so much.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon, board. Just wanted to comment about your action with the Capital Southeast Connector JPA. As you know, I did comment and ask you to consider the fact that our involvement with the JPA should be reconsidered because of the fact that things have changed. And I just noted, I pulled up the JPA's website, and it says state-of-the-art transportation corridor connects Interstate 5 to Highway 99 and 50 through Sacramento and El Dorado counties. As I noted in my reminder in my comments that I told you that I thought that Prairie City and East Bidwell were better suited as connectors over to Highway 50 from White Rock. And I didn't believe that your board collectively wanted to have traffic coming through the subdivisions of El Dorado County, as commented by a lot of people that live in that area. And so I wanted to remind you that I consider this to be a not resolved issue. If my understanding is that you were going to go ahead and pay your membership this year, I believe it was 55,000 or so, with reconsideration in the future. I hope that's the case. Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from Robert Wall.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Wall from District 1. I'd like to take a few minutes to address the board concerning the proposed Town and Country Village project in El Dorado Hills. I'm part of a group of residents who oppose this project. In just under 2 weeks, we've gathered 350 signatures, mainly from Districts 1, 2, and 4, who oppose this project being approved. The community of El Dorado Hills has long been cherished for its small-town rural charm, and it will cease to exist as we know it. Many residents fear that the proposed Town and Country Village project threatens to overshadow this peaceful landscape. One reason people love living in El Dorado Hills is that it isn't a destination for out-of-towners, but a quiet retreat from the hustle and bustle of city life. The proposed Town and Country Village project, with its large-scale 300 rooms of hotel space, it is larger than 2 Red Hawk casinos side by side. 120 affordable housing staff cottages and VRBOs, and unknown number of high-density townhomes would have a profound impact on the community's character and disrupt the way of life that we value so much. This project requires ignoring the general plan, the Bass Lake Hills specific plan, and the public facilities financial plan. It will also have a negative impact on the water supply, roadways, as well as our city and county charm. It does not align with our current way of life in El Dorado Hills or neighboring Cameron Park. El Dorado Hills has been a place where residents can enjoy a sense of open spaces and serenity. Families move here for the spaciousness, the green landscapes in the winter, and the golden hills in the summer, and a community atmosphere that evokes warmth and connection. This development does not align with the building standards established in the Bass Lake specific plan, a plan which was designated to guide appropriate growth while preserving El Dorado Hills' unique character. And it emphasizes the protection of the natural landscape and ensures that many new projects meet stringent criteria for sustainability and environmental sensitivity. Town and Country Village compromises these criteria, prioritizing commercial expansion over community values and ecological responsibilities. Beyond the aesthetic and environmental consideration, this project will inevitably lead to increased traffic congestion, altering the daily lives of residents and potentially endangering wildlife. I invite the board to visit the location between 3 and 5 p.m., generally the check-off time for hotels, and observe the traffic on eastbound Bass Lake exit and Bass Lake Road. This has now become a connector between Highway 50 and Green Valley Road. The road which continues to Toronto and Rescue is a very narrow lane road that will inevitably back up and cause more danger.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Good afternoon, board and fellow citizens. First, I just want to make a comment on behalf of myself as an individual. I'm finding it a little concerning how many elected officials and politicians are hosting and attending events at the Mohana Ranch, which is the developer for the Town and Country project. With that said, I concur and agree with everything Rob Wall just said. So now I'm going to switch hats, and I am representing Patriots of El Dorado County, the Political Action Committee, myself and some other board members founded. I'm the vice president, and we are formally requesting that you, as a board, do a No on 50 resolution to protect rural areas and keep communities of interest together, protect the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission that the voters approved in 2008 and 2011, and keep our current districts in place until the next census as required by the state constitution. This would also cost taxpayers, if it passes with a yes, $300 million millions alone would be spent in El Dorado County by our elections department because of the new mapping and all of that stuff that would come with it. So we're asking that you protect us as a rural county and our interests and do a resolution for no on 50. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Nicole McCormick.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to take a minute to just point out that I know you have the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors Governance Handbook that was developed in 2017 and adopted in 2023. And I just kind of urge you to take a look at it again. And when you do look at it and read the governance ideas that you have there, to keep in line with those ideas, with whatever project you're working with or group. And I didn't introduce myself, Nicole McCormick. I'm a airport plane hangar owner. And the reason I'm bringing this up is, with you, and under that is, I'm not going to read it all to you, but in your mission, that you are supposed to provide courteous and effective services and infrastructure for the safety, protection, and well-being of residents, businesses, and visitors. And your core values and your accountability, responsible for decisions and behavior, creating a safe environment, and other stakeholders. And as far as the airplane hangar owners, we don't feel that that's been happening, and we really want to work with you. You also have on here collaboration and integrity, fiscal responsibility, and we just found out that you're apparently there's thousands of dollars are being spent on surveillance systems for the airports, when we've been told you don't have money to fix the gate that's been broken in Placerville since June of 2024, as well as the fuel pump that is inoperable currently. And we said that we have been getting statements that there's no money to fix that. Then you have a whole section on strategic goals, public safety, economic development, and good governance. And gosh, if you read all that, and you can seriously ask yourselves if all of those have been abided by with regards to the airports and the airport users, that'd be great if you could do that. Currently, there's, as far as governance principles, there seems to be no two-way conversations going on between the county managers and the airport users. We just found out today that a new lease is being constructed this week to, quote, address many of the concerns, unquote. But there's 0 airport users have been invited to participate in the crafting of the lease. So, once again, we would like to have a workshop with all of you. Dozens of pilots and airport users live in all areas of the county, not just Georgetown and Placerville. And so we once again request a workshop with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There's no more public comment.
All right, so we're going to bring it back and stuff like that. So I want to thank everyone for commenting today and some of the issues, so we had a great meeting, and I guess we'll go ahead and move to our current item with the tour.
Item 27 comes from Supervisor Lane. Lane will lead the board on a tour of the multi-generational recreation aquatics complex in the El Dorado County Library.
Yeah, I think this will be an exciting way to kind of end the day. We will leave here, drive however you got here initially, take that mode of transportation and go to Lakeview Commons. The address is in our agenda. We'll park in the public parking there, and we'll walk across Highway 50, and then the multi-generational center is right there, with the library right next door to it. So we'll do a little bit of walking, but not too bad. And we did ask, clerk of the board put out a memo asking that you wear closed-toed shoes. We will be in a construction zone, but I think it's going to be really cool. I haven't seen it yet myself, so we all go together.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, with that, I'd ask if you could see if there's anybody who wanted to make public comment on this item before we depart. from the
Yeah,
vote.
so, all right, so open it up to public comment on this
Yeah.
particular item.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 27. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again, when your time is ended, we will begin the comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
I'll be quick. Scott Loberg, South Lake Tahoe. When you're across the street over there parking, be sure and take a look at that monstrosity that they constructed that they call art. Some footprints, and then 4 boxes on posts that are supposed to enhance the view of the Lake Tahoe. They've got a schooner in a cage. They've got a bear in a cage. They've got a skier in a cage. And then, of course, to be keeping in with the land acknowledgement of South Lake Tahoe, they have a Native American woman in a cage making a basket. And these are all on posts. These are like 2-foot square cages. To add insult to injury, they spent American Rescue Act money, $100,000 on that. You take a look at that and consider if that's worth $100,000. I mean, I've owned 2 galleries. I produced thousands of pieces of art that I sold. I studied art. I tutored art. That's nowhere near art. Thank you.
All right, anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from 390.
Okay, that should be working. Yeah, Ken Greenwood here, Triple Junction down on the west slope. Yes, we'd love to see this facility. Been watching them build it for the last, year or so. And I'm very interested, Scott, in the art across the street. Got to see it. There's always something new whenever you go to Lake Tahoe. So that's kind of the entertainment portion of today's event, I guess. Anyway, but yes, all for Aquatic Center. Used to swim in the pool when I lived up there. Also tested by waders each year before waterfowl season, make sure they didn't leak. Thank you very much.
There's no more public comment.
All right.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.